Absolutely. It has been publicly stated by the administration outside of classified material that as a result of the death of the killing of General Soleimani, Iran had begun to target both Trump administration officials and Donald Trump himself. It is not classified. The administration has released that they have in custody a Pakistani national who was the first step that they were taking to implement a plan for a murder plot for hire to assassinate Donald Trump. What's incredibly troubling is the administration has taken no action against Iran as a result of that, made no real statements, declared no red lines. Almost every national security policy expert has said that if a foreign government, a foreign state assassinated a political candidate in another country, that would be an act of war. We're certainly attempting to do so is more than just a law enforcement issue. Arresting someone is not the last step that this administration should do. I think most people are continuing to wait for the administration to, on just an understanding of the value-based statements of what this threat is, to take action and to make strong statements to Iran.
There's also public reporting that Iran is meddling in the presidential campaign after multiple cyber attacks by the regime. What are your thoughts on that, and what can be done to stop this from happening?
Well, again, this is one where through being able to go in and triage and understand what has been happening in the hacking environment, that Iran has been identified as a culprit. Again, the administration is silent as this is ongoing, where you have Iran not only their nefarious actions in the Middle East against the United States, our allies and Western allies in Israel, but right here in the United States is attempting to meddle in the election, and this administration remains silent, and again, is taking no action.
There was also the attempted assassination in Pennsylvania over the summer. Little is known about the motive of the attempted assassin. When do you think the American people can expect answers? Obviously, the House is digging into it.
Right. The House has an investigation. The investigation continues on the administration side. There is a lot to be learned. Although the FBI has initially said that he was the lone shooter, they have not said that he was the lone actor. There are a number of leads that need to be concluded to be able to determine who was he in touch with, who else was he communicating with, and to what factor did they play in his assassination attempt of Donald Trump.
Let's talk a little election year politics. You and everyone in the House is on the ballot this fall. We just saw the Democratic National Convention where Vice President Harris was forceful in her attacks against former President Trump on abortion and foreign policy. What did you make of her performance, and what do you expect in the final stretch of this campaign?
What's so amazing about what occurred at the Democratic National Convention, it is completely thwarting the democratic process. No one has gone to any poll and voted for Kamala Harris to be the presidential candidate for the Democrats. Literally, a small group of people decided that she would be the candidate after Joe Biden stepped aside, and the Democratic Party was told that she will be the candidate. I would have expected some recognition that she had stepped in, that she is unlike any other candidate in my lifetime who has run for president with having not one ballot be casted for her to do so. But she had a tough job that night when she gave her speech for the Democratic National Convention, because when she took the stage, she had to make strong statements that were against the very policy choices that she had pursued. She made strong statements that she will be for security at the border when she has been the opposite. She has stated that she's going to be supportive of our men and women in uniform and our national security, when in fact it's been the opposite. Her statements on the border were so casually cast, as if the American public don't know that nearly 10 million people have walked across the border, aided by this administration. What we are going to see, if there is, a Kamala policy objectives, is a complete contrast to what we know we're going to get with a Harris presidency. Not only will she be more of what Joe Biden has been in inflation, difficulties with the economy, weakened national security, open border. She will be even more so. Throughout her time as vice president, she's made it clear that she is to the left of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's left policies are what's really causing struggle for America right now.
It's striking, considering that she was not a candidate during the primaries, that we haven't seen much of her besides highly scripted teleprompter campaign events. What about doing interviews? What about a free-flowing news conference to get answers for the American people?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no scrutiny whatsoever to what she's saying. I mean, even just being held accountable with the basic question of, well, what do you mean by that? She has no expression of her thought or her substantive views on what she's campaigning on to be president of the United States. I mean, this is unprecedented in any election. I mean, she's not running for governor. She's not running for mayor. She's running for president of the United States. And not one person has gone to a poll and chosen her to be the candidate.
Finally, I'm sure the Trump campaign's wondering when her campaign honeymoon will end. A critical point in this campaign will be when Harris and Trump debate on stage. Your thoughts on what the former president needs to do when he gets that moment with lots of people paying attention after Labor Day?
Well, I think he needs to let her talk. I mean, the more she talks, we know the more word salad you get, the more unreal it is that she would even be the candidate. She doesn't have an ability to articulate complex policies, complex positions, and to reconcile them with the failure of the Biden administration's policy. Since she has not been talking to the American public, as you had indicated, other than very restricted environments, this is an opportunity for her, uninterrupted, to have the difficulty of her own policies in contrast to what the American public need and want.
He is the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Mike Turner of Ohio. It's great to speak with you, sir. Have a great week.
Thank you. Take care.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond The Philadelphia Children's Alliance knows that with summer in full swing, the promise of new adventures is incredibly exciting. But for families, it also brings new challenges to keeping children safe. The Philadelphia Children's Alliance will be here to help. We are sharing tips and resources to keep your family safe. Follow us on socials at Phila Children's Alliance and help us spread the word. The Philadelphia Children's Alliance, promoting safety and well-being one summer at a time. Visit us online at philachildren'salliance.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Philabundance is the region's largest hunger relief organization, serving more than 90,000 people each week. Almost a third are children. Help feed those in need at philabundance.org.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, August 26th. This is the Fox News Rundown. The White House says it is working around the clock to try to secure a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan giving an update Sunday.
We have remained in continuous contact with our Israeli counterparts at all levels. And they have shared with us how they see the situation. We've shared with them how we see it, and we tried to coordinate as closely as possible.
No agreement reached over the weekend. Talks expected to continue. And House lawmakers are taking action on the Trump assassination attempt investigation.
The bipartisan task force investigating the assassination attempt on former President Trump will visit the site in Pennsylvania where the shooting took place. More than 10 House members will meet with officials and get an on-site tour. Back in D.C., a counterforum will take place involving a group of lawmakers not included on the task force. Two of them, combat veterans Corey Mills of Florida and Eli Crane of Arizona, both Republicans, lobbied to be on the task force and have expressed their frustrations with not being selected. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
Is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Josh Shapiro spoke, channeling his inner Barack Obama.
You can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
The more enthusiastic he gets, the more Obama he is.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
But that vaccine mandate, bro.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
It's younger Barack Obama.
It is.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit TravisManion.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
As the markets open for the new work week, we'll see if Friday's gains can be built on. The Dow was up 462, the NASDAQ 258, The S&P 500 gained 64 after Fed Chair Jerome Powell said the time has come for long-anticipated interest rate cuts.
The direction of travel is clear, and the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
We'll get a lot of earnings reports this week. The key on Wednesday when AI leader NVIDIA releases its latest results. And an interesting meeting tomorrow. NFL owners likely to vote on allowing private equity in ownership groups. The NFL, the only major U.S. league that bans private equity from ownership. The NBA, Major League Baseball, and Major League Soccer allow institutional investors to hold at most 30% of a team's equity. The NFL looking at a 5 to 10% range. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
More college and university students are in class this week to start the fall semester. Some are at new schools or have dropped out because theirs shut down or merged with others. Dozens have closed since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Faculty and students at Wells College, a small 156-year-old liberal arts school in Aurora, New York, found out a week before spring finals that was it.
It's just so last minute, and I have all these plans for next year, and it's just kind of like thrown away. So I don't really know what to do.
Nationwide, there are fewer students to go around. It's a smaller generation to begin with, and more kids are going to community college or trade schools or sitting things out altogether for now.
My thought is that we maybe don't necessarily have too many schools, but we have some schools that aren't doing a great job. And the fact that they're going out of business is making room for new schools. And that's kind of how competition works.
Beth Akers is senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. She focuses on the economics of higher education.
It's sort of a good thing, even though I think it's sad news for alumni of institutions that are closing down. It's actually good news for the sector.
Is college becoming less about scholarship than a more, like you alluded to, a business customer relationship?
I think that we were pretending for a long time that it wasn't a business customer relationship, but in fact it is. And I think that we will do better as a nation for students and for taxpayers if we make that more explicit and start to say, what are we getting from these institutions for all this money that individuals and our nation are putting into the system?
Yeah. So is college enrollment down this year? Has it been going down?
We have been seeing a slight downtick in college enrollment. It seems like maybe this is reflecting a growing skepticism about what it is that higher education delivers. We'll have to wait and see what the numbers for next year tell us. Some of this might be a post-COVID effect, or reflecting just a more fundamental change in people's attitudes.
Yeah, I mean, starting, I guess after World War II and then the decades after, suddenly college educations weren't just for fancy pants book learning people. It got to be for more and more people and more professions that didn't necessarily need a practical degree, but you had to have it in order to be considered. And is that going away at all? Are fewer jobs saying, you know what, you need a master's degree?
We've sold college as this golden ticket, and I think people have felt some shame about not going. And that's kind of corrupted the industry in that, there's this excess demand for what it is that they're selling. I think employers have been able to ride on that by demanding college degrees for jobs that probably don't really need it. As you said, this notion of credential inflation, that now people need a master's degree in order to compete at the level that a bachelor's degree used to deliver for them. So I think that there is a correction that's due. I don't think this means that we need to throw out the whole system or that everything is corrupt and broken here, but I think that we've probably moved a little bit too far in celebrating education.
Yeah. Let me talk about student loans for a second. I mean, you've written about problems with the federal student loan program and how it can be fixed. This is my sort of not know what I'm talking about analysis of it. Is it that the federal government said, look, we're going to guarantee more or all student loans, so the demand went up, and schools said, great, if everybody can get loans, we can raise the prices because the kids will pay for it, which means you had to borrow more, which means they raise the prices, which means you had to borrow more. And that leads to this debt crisis we're in.
Yeah, I think it's definitely true that the more money you're putting into the system, whether it's through grants or availability of loans, is going to drive up prices. Now, some could say, look, these are still the students' own money that they're spending. It's not really government dollars. They have to pay it back. But the sense is that students didn't really anticipate that they're going to have to pay back this debt. And so it's definitely having that kind of traditional inflationary effect that subsidies have in any any marketplace. It's hard to measure that. So researchers have kind of struggled to put their finger exactly on the effect there. But we do have some recent evidence that this is very much happening for graduate schools. As we've made more loans available for graduate students, we've seen almost a 1-for-1 increase in the price that graduate schools are charging.
Yeah, I mean, the student loan forgiveness programs that the Biden administration has been proposing and putting through, I mean, there's anger over it, not just from the right, but people who say, look, it's not fair. I had to, what if you didn't borrow money to go to college and you paid on your own? You know what I'm saying? Like I guess there's a question of fairness, but a question of fairness on the other side too.
Yeah.
Is that there are kids that got ripped off. So in your mind, what is fair relief?
It's funny. I kind of reject this idea of fairness as, really driving what should be happening here, because a lot of things in life aren't fair, right? There's new vaccines today that weren't available 50 years ago. Is that unfair to the people who didn't get the vaccines? Not really, right? So if this were an innovation that were good for the sector, I would think, well, sorry, things didn't work out. But the reality is that in the same breath that we're doing this thing that's really sort of fundamentally unfair, we're also corrupting the future of the program by saying, if you don't have to pay back these loans, what's going to stop people from just borrowing every penny they can, stop institutions from charging every penny they can? And this thing just sort of spirals out of control. So I think the fairness argument is one that really resonates with a lot of people. But, as a policy expert, my concern is really going forward. Where does this lead us?
We talked about just, entire schools in general being wiped out, but also just even larger schools are cutting some programs. Is that demanding what people are majoring in, or is it budget concerns, or just not enough students to justify running a whole department?
I think colleges are really struggling under the contraction in enrollment, and so they're having to make some hard choices. And for some, that's closing their doors. For some, that's becoming more efficient in maybe not offering every major. I mean, it doesn't make sense that we have every institution offering all of the same majors. I mean, that's not how industry or any other marketplaces work, right? We have institutions, businesses specializing in certain businesses and in certain business activities. And it would be better for the education sector if we could accomplish the same thing. It used to be the case that you kind of needed everything everywhere. Every major needed to be offered everywhere because, people had to go to their hometown school. But with the advent of online education and places like Western Governors University offering these really fantastic online courses, we don't need to offer every major in every community. And so I think of these as really good innovations for the industry.
We've sort of talked about it. Is it just more financially practical degrees are going to be more popular unless somebody, if you really, really have a passion for art history or whatever it is, and you want to pursue that, go ahead and pursue that. But is that stuff going to go away and become for like it was 100 years ago for, rich kids?
I think those majors will eventually become for rich kids, just like country club memberships are for rich kids. I think we've lied to young people in this country and telling them this story that if they just go to college, everything will be great. And, a lot of people just quite frankly can't afford to pay for college to get an art history degree and then not have, a high paying job after they finish. More than 90% of people report going to college for the sole purpose of making more money, being able to provide for their family. And so I think that what's happening is just people are kind of onto the system, that this is in fact not this golden ticket, and that you have to kind of pick and choose how to use education as a tool for the goals that you have in your life. And yes, I think that correction is going to result in less enrollment in majors that don't deliver people into high-paying jobs. As a nation, we have to grapple with that. What does that mean if we have fewer artists or fewer social workers? And are there other corrections we need to do? But the students shouldn't be the one paying for the price for us kind of pulling the wool over their eyes and telling them the story that everything will be all right if you just go to college and get that degree.
Yeah. Well, to that end, vocational and technical school enrollment is up. I mean, there used to be more snobbery, frankly, about those schools, and now more families and students are looking around at the student loan debt and what you can earn in those more esoteric professions and saying, you know what, maybe culinary school, maybe something related to construction is the way to go. If I can get out of school with no debt, making what some other kid is making in 10 years, 5 years, whatever, why not?
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I mean, I think college should be an option for all students, regardless of the family's financial circumstances they come into. But I think the fact that a lot of people are choosing to look at alternative pathways towards a career is actually really a step in the right direction. I think it reflects that people have their eyes open. We're starting to give them a narrative, a public discourse about education that's a bit more honest about what it is that college can and can't deliver. And I think what we're seeing is this correction towards people saying, okay, what's the job I want to do? And how do I get there? And what's the cheapest way to do it? And that's great.
Well, you actually literally wrote the book on it, Making College Pay. Now, has your assessment changed in your advice in that book from when you were writing it 4-ish years ago?
The biggest thing that's changed is that we're seeing the Biden administration and, if there's a Harris administration, pushing on student loan cancellation. And so in that book, I sort of anticipated this possibility of cancellation. And I told people you shouldn't be afraid to borrow. And one of the reasons was because you might have your debt forgiven. So as a policy person, someone who tries to prescribe things that are right for the nation, I think we shouldn't be canceling all of the student debt. For individuals who are making these decisions, it looks like a lot of their debt's going to get canceled. So if I were advising my sons on how to pay for college this year, we wouldn't be taking money out of our checking accounts to pay the bill. We'd be taking out those loans. And it turns my stomach to say that, but I think that's the reality, and that's the change that has come since that book came out.
Thanks, Beth. Beth Akers is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. She focuses on the economics of higher education. Good to talk to you. Thanks.
Thanks so much for having me.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise. And the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy efficient and budget friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team, voted best of Philly, has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows. And they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Fox News. I'm Sue Guzman. Iran's foreign minister is again mentioning his country's planned retaliation over the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran. Abbas Agharishi saying that Iran's reaction will be measured and well calculated. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan Sunday said efforts continue to avert a wider Mideast escalation.
We have remained in continuous contact with our Israeli counterparts at all levels. And they have shared with us how they see the situation. We've shared with them how we see it, and we tried to coordinate as closely as possible.
The Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance says Donald Trump would veto a national abortion ban should it land on his desk. Vance telling NBC's Meet the Press that Trump believes policies should be determined by the states and not the federal government. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Aaron Judge hit his 50th and 51st homers of the season Sunday against the Rockies. It's the Yankee slugger's third 50-homer season, and he's on pace to top his 62 homers from 2022. Lake Mary Little League won Florida's first ever Little League World Series, 2-1 over Chinese Taipei in 8 innings on a walk-off bunt. They tied the game in their last at-bat to send it to extra innings. And the jersey that Babe Ruth wore when he called his shot during the 1932 World Series sold at auction Sunday for $24.12 million, nearly doubling the previous sports collectible record of $12.6 million for a 1952 Mickey Mantle baseball card. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
When your livelihood is tied to your words, it isn't always as easy to speak as freely as you think. We all know that men don't belong in women's sports. All of us. Absolutely all of us, including ESPN. But they won't cover it that way because they want everyone to feel like they're still on that same path that the ESPN's always been. We're not going down the political realm anymore. We're not going to talk. We're going to talk sports, and we have this edict now, company-wide. Says who? Because you hear it all the time now on their airwaves. Dan Orlovsky's the same host who prayed on air live. Yeah. On NFL Live, and we were surprised that ESPN let that happen.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Rachel Cruz.
What's on your mind?
As a mom of 3, I've seen what inflation can do to your back-to-school shopping bill, and I know this can be a huge source of stress in your household. A study by JLL shares that the average cost of back-to-school shopping is up this year 21.8% from last year. And even though this stat makes it seem like you need to spend more money to get your kids what they need, it doesn't mean you have to. Here are some of my favorite ways when it comes to back-to-school shopping. Number 1, shop from what you've already got. After you get your kids' supply list, take an inventory of what they already have. I know school shopping lists can be so particular these days, but for more of the generic items, there's no shame in using things from last year if they're still in good condition. Go ahead and clean out the backpack, empty the binder, rip out the 10 pages that were used in the notebook, and there, good as almost new. And if there are questionable stains on the lunchbox, a quick DIY stain remover from Pinterest will do the trick. When it comes to clothing and shoes, you obviously can't control growth spurts. You and your friends could do a clothing swap with your kids' clothes to save money and get newer, well, new to you items. And you can also look at consignment sales. You might be able to make a few bucks selling your kids' items that they've already outgrown and pick up some gently used things that are currently in their size. Just don't forget to save some hand-me-down clothes if you have younger kids. And your kids might bug you to buy brand new items, but you don't have to cave. Number 2, make a budget and a plan. A budget truly gives you freedom to spend because you've made a plan with where your cash is going ahead of time. I recommend making 3 budget line items for school expenses. One of these will be fees related to after-school programs and extracurriculars. One will be for regular school supplies, and one will be for clothing and shoes. As school shopping season continues, you can try to trim down your budget with small cuts or buy generic or even cancel a subscription or 2. That way you can find some margin. Number 3, hunt for bargains. Stats show that younger parents are buying more back-to-school items secondhand. If you haven't thrifted before, try it out because it's actually a super economical way to find what you're looking for. Stop by your local Goodwill and see what options might work for your child. You never know. If you can't find a used version of what you're looking for, you can still go on a hunt for a good deal. Only 57% of parents are going to look for sales for this back-to-school season, which is a decline from the year before at 69.5%. Be part of the 57%. Don't pay full price if you don't have to. And don't forget about stores like Dollar Tree, where you can find all kinds of office supplies for less. I know inflation has caused a lot of us to rethink how we spend, but the secret to making your money go the furthest is to create a budget. It will require some intentionality up front, but if you'll avoid following some of the questionable shopping trends, take the time to look around your house for items that you can reuse, plan to spread out your shopping, and hunt for deals. All of that will be so worth it in the end. Hopefully now you can take a breath and walk into back-to-school season with some extra peace of mind, knowing that you don't have to break the bank to check off your list. This is Rachel Cruz.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Recent cuts in the cost of Tesla models has apparently trickled over to the used car market at large since the prices of new Teslas started coming down. Cox Automotive reports the sales of used EVs increased by 70% over the first half of this year. Apparently, a growing love of instant coffee worldwide is fueling a demand for Robusta beans, even after drought conditions affected growers in top producer Vietnam. Sales of instant and grab-and-go drinks are on track to hit record highs. The highlight of the coming week's economic calendar may be Friday's release of the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. The core PCE for July is expected to have moved higher by 0.2%, which would be the same as June. Running a close second may be the latest earnings report from the AI industry darling chipmaker NVIDIA, expected on Wednesday. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, August 26th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stendlin with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting this week in for Greg Stocker. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. On an action-packed Monday morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. So my studio is under construction this morning. We have Dave who's trying to fix all the computers in here.
It's unbelievable.
But that's okay.
It's always something, right? If it's not the keyboard, it's the on button, it's the microphone, it's the headphones. Who knows what happens around here on Saturdays and Sundays?
I think they're having wild parties here. We're missing the parties. Thank you, Dave.
We are. All sorts of stuff going on when we all check out for the weekend.
They're having wild, margarita parties.
It's unbelievable.
They're, throwing stuff at the equipment. I don't know.
Crazy. Well, we know it's not Opelka because Opelka never comes into the studio, so we've whittled him out. We'll figure it out whether it's Rooney, Callahan.
Who is it?
Gary Arnell. We're going to find out who's messing around here. I'm going to place hidden microphones and video cameras in here and try to track down who the culprit is. I know it's not Sean Farish. He's in Nashville, and he's with us again this morning. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing good. Last night, my wife and I were invited to a sneak peek special premiere of the Reagan movie, and I got to tell you, guys, this is this is how you know it's a good movie. I didn't get up to go to the bathroom once, and so I have a problem. I mean, I always go. I can't stop. So it's like, every time I go to the movies, it's like I missed the best part. You go during Star Wars, all of a sudden I come back. I'm like, what do you mean that's his father? What are you talking about? So you shouldn't have got up to go to the bathroom. So, no, great movie. Dennis Quaid nailed the role, and it comes out on August 30th, and it's required for every American who wants to defeat communism. Go see the Reagan movie and blow this thing up. Bigger than what we did last year for Sound of Freedom. It's just as good.
All right, very good. Now, was it a long movie? Is it one of these 2.5-hour flicks, or can you get through it in like an hour and 45?
I don't even know how long it ran.
It was that good though, right?
I wasn't paying attention to the thing is, I didn't grow up during Reagan, so I didn't. Right. I only knew about what I heard.
Same here. Yep.
And so the movie was very good. It was very entertaining and a great cast. Jon Voight, Dennis Quaid. so many other people that we'd recognize. So it's really, really good. And I have no idea how long the movie was. I wasn't looking at the clock. I was just, it was so good. It was so good. So everybody's got to see it.
All right. Well, we'll take that under advisement. August 30th, you said. So that's this Friday it comes out for the public. Looking forward to that. We got a lot of great things to get to this morning. Obviously, the big take after the big development on Friday with RFK Jr., Donald Trump in Arizona. We'll also look at the impact that Bobby will give to Trump if these polling numbers are accurate. Also, another July 13th update, another whistleblower story, courtesy of what came across the desk of Josh Hawley. We'll get to that this morning. You know, it's honeymoon over for Kamala when the New York Times says joy is not a strategy. We're going to get to that this morning. Also, Tony Fauci comes down with the West Nile virus. We'll get to that. Brittany Mahomes, wife of Patrick Mahomes, caused quite a stir this weekend, all because she liked a post of Donald Trump's on Instagram. We'll hit on that. And also, the Washington Post says that Doug Emhoff, Don Stensland, is a sex symbol.
A sex symbol.
Sexy Doug. Yeah. We'll have to get to that op-ed later this morning.
Wow.
We've got the cut sheet. We've got voicemails. I think we have voicemails. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Are we actually, Henry, are we going to play voicemails? Do we have the ability to retrieve them, or is that a stalker exclusive?
I personally haven't been taught how to retrieve them. So
It's a stalker exclusive. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So no voicemails today, but leave them. We'll still play them next week when Stalker returns, and we can rip him for not teaching anybody how to pull them. Because we're going to have a lot of voicemails that people probably were leaving at Friday night when Bobby comes out on the stage in Glendale. So we'll get to all of that. All right, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:05, the great Don Stensland.
And good morning. In Kayal and Company News Live, we are sponsored this morning by Discover Lancaster on this Monday morning, August 26th, first day of school for Philadelphia school children. In the news this morning, I'll begin with police searching for a bystander who was shot and killed trying to break up an argument in Philadelphia's Kensington section. Police saying an innocent bystander shot and killed happened as this individual was trying to break up an argument that escalated tragically, as it too often does in Philadelphia, into gunfire. So investigators saying they watched it play. They watched it play out on city-owned surveillance images that were capturing this incident. They see a woman get between two people who were fighting, but she was the one who was shot and killed in the process of it, as she was not the target at all. Too often we say this on a Monday morning, especially for whatever reason, that the person shot and killed was not the intended target. So there were a number of people in front of the store. At some point there, the argument broke out. Investigators say that victim, a woman in her 30s, tried to break up the fight. She ended up being fatally shot. The victim's identity not being released yet this morning.
City of bad aim, right?
Ugh.
Always the unintended target that takes it. Sometimes having no involvement in the altercation at all, right?
It's so true. I mean, and just the callous nature of pulling the trigger and this young woman. So they're not releasing her name yet, Nick, because they still have to they have to make sure they find all of her next of kin so that God forbid, somebody doesn't hear it on the news before they can reach everybody. So we have that going on as well. First day of school in Philadelphia this morning. So the Mayor Sherelle Parker announcing that later in the day, she will be pitching for more federal dollars for Philadelphia school children. So we already have among the lowest test scores in the nation, but we spend among the most of any school district, or if you look at any municipality in the country, we're right up there in the top tier of spending.
It's amazing.
Per child.
The amount of money that is spent and the return on the investment is just so low. It's hard to fathom. My girls will be getting on the bus in just about an hour and a half. First day in Bluebell today.
First day jitters.
Yeah, they better be ready to go. They were down at Ocean City, Maryland until yesterday morning and got home early afternoon. I said, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear from Mom that at 6:15 when the alarm went off that they were too tired, right? Because they haven't been in school, because in Nashville they let out in like mid-May.
Oh, my goodness.
So they've had like a 3.5 month summer. They probably forget how to write their own name at this point, to be honest.
First day of school.
Yeah.
So in Philadelphia, they start at 7:30 in the morning with the preschool events, and they will go until, because we've extended the day of school here, as we've talked a lot about. So if you go from the before school and then the after school programs, you're looking at 7:30 in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. That's how long our schools are open here.
Long day.
Yeah,
Yep.
long day for a lot of children, that's
Mm-hmm.
for sure. I know we have a lot to talk about. No peace deal in the Middle East. And that one, many people are looking to that, hoping and praying for peace in the Middle East. And this, as the situation, as we'll talk about, no doubt, escalated over the weekend with Hezbollah and with bombs and fires shot, and that situation perhaps escalating over the weekend. We're watching that very carefully. A recall, consumer news to tell you about very quickly. Walmart recalling apple juice, and that is sold across the country due to elevated arsenic levels. So this one is an important consumer report. Great Valley apple brand apple juice sold across the nation, and they're saying, do not drink this, take this back. And this is an urgent recall that they're putting out.
Yeah, you got to put urgent on
Arsenic.
it, period. But, I mean, obviously, with the amount of kids that consume apple juice, you got to be careful with that. We just had that apple juice story last week, right, where we thought it was apple juice at that restaurant, and it ended up being, what was it, cooking wine or something?
Yeah, they put in cooking wine, put it in a sippy cup for a little toddler.
The poor kid at a .12, right?
Yeah. So with a blood test, rushed the toddler to the emergency room. Thank God that one was okay.
Mm-hmm.
That little
Make
one.
America healthy again.
I know, right? Well,
Maha.
Yeah.
Well,
There you go. Maha. That's right.
I know you're going to get to that one. Maybe that'll be the that's the RFK Jr.
It's Bobby's
Maha
platform.
motto, right?
Make apple juice safe again. That's Bobby's role.
Well, we're feeling good with the forecast. We're feeling good with our Phillies. Won the series out in Kansas City. Kansas City Royals. We beat them.
Yeah.
Phillies. So that's a good thing, right?
Yeah. Hey, look, at this point, let's just get to the playoffs. I'm ready. I'm ready. I was sitting there watching the Eagles on Saturday. College football started Saturday, and I totally forgot the Eagles played a 1 o'clock preseason finale on Saturday. I flipped over to Channel 10, and I'm like, is this a replay from Friday? Like, why is it sunny out? What's going on here? I'm like, holy crap, this thing's live right now. They got blown out, I think, by Minnesota, but still.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's preseason.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But we may see some storms this afternoon, so hopefully those storms hold off until after the kids get home from school, watching the stormy forecast and rain as we move through this Monday morning. Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster with Discover Lancaster's Wheels and Waterways Trail. Explore an antique auto museum, paddle scenic creeks, enjoy a train ride on America's oldest continuously operated railroad. Just 90 minutes from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Thank you, Discover Lancaster for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live Monday Morning Edition.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:11 Monday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, a Kennedy and a Republican. You know, in life, timing is everything. Donald Trump's timing is second to none. His intuition just to move his head a few inches on July 13th saved his life. Fast forward to the week of August 19th, and the GOP nominee had to sit through 4 nights of nauseating speeches of joy, hope, and change, as if the Democrats haven't been in power the last 4 years, and for 12 of the last 16 years. Queen Kamala coronated on Thursday night, and all of the momentum was on her side, as it has been for the better part of 5 weeks. But that all changed on Friday. Honeymoon over, new ball game. You know, never in my lifetime, or I'm sure never in yours, did you envision or expect a Kennedy to endorse a Republican for president. And that's what precisely occurred on Friday, as RFK Jr., or Bobby for short, the lone wolf of the Democratic family legacy dynasty, who was rejected a chance to primary Joe Biden, who was rejected Secret Service protection, pulled a heel turn, wrestling term, and joined the dark side. Actually, he saw the light. The same light that Elon Musk saw, the same one that Tulsi Gabbard saw, the same one that I saw 8 years ago when I became a Republican and voted for Donald Trump the first time. This ain't your daddy's Democratic Party anymore. And this ain't your mama's GOP anymore. As parties change, people change. Friday was an eventful day from 2 p.m. all the way into the evening hours. It started with RFK Jr. in a Pennsylvania court filing, removing his name from the ballot and saying he plans on endorsing Donald Trump. Bobby was in Phoenix. Trump was in Las Vegas, with the Trumpster scheduled to be in Glendale later that evening, just a mere 20 minutes from Phoenix, with a tease of a special guest set to attend the rally in Arizona. But first up, RFK Jr. delivering this speech in Phoenix as he shreds the Democrat Party. Listen and watch this.
I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. 16 months ago, in April of 2023, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money.
And yes, Bobby Kennedy has liberal views as well, but he despises the war machine, the silencing of dissenting viewpoints, big tech, and big pharma. And it's proof that you can unite with somebody based on what you agree upon without being in lockstep with each other on every single issue. Memo to rhinos and MAGA. And speaking of censorship, MSNBC, the network of telling you what is airable and what can't be fact-checked live on the air, did exactly what Bobby was talking about as he was talking about it. They spoke over him and put him in a smaller box on TV as he delivered his speech. Listen and watch this censorship.
These are live pictures from Phoenix, Arizona, where Kennedy is expected to say publicly what he's already made official in a court filing, that he will endorse Donald Trump. Perhaps no coincidence, Trump is set to hold a campaign rally tonight with a special unnamed guest in Glendale, Arizona. That's just 20 minutes from where RFK is right now. Joining me now, New York Times investigative reporter Suzanne Craig, MSNBC contributor Jonathan Alter, who's written extensively about RFK Jr. and the Kennedy family.
Bobby is speaking in the background if you were watching there on YouTube, and they drowned him out to cover up what he's saying. The guardians of truth in action yet again. And they wonder why on MSNBC their ratings have bombed since the summer when we had the debate on June 27th. But here is more of RFK Jr. on why he is endorsing Donald Trump. Listen and watch this clip.
3 great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children.
So what is the impact? Well, according to Real Clear Politics and their polling averages in battleground states, Kamala Harris leads by a half point in Arizona, but Bobby was polling at almost 6%. Trump was leading Harris by 2 points in Nevada. RFK Jr. was getting 5%. Harris was leading Trump by 1.5 points in Wisconsin. Bobby was at 5% in that state. Harris up 2.5 points in Michigan. Bobby was at 6% in Michigan. Harris up 2 in Pennsylvania, but Bobby has been polling at 4% in the Keystone State. They are tied in North Carolina, and Bobby gives you 4%. And Trump is up 2 in Georgia with RFK polling at 4%. even if 50% of Bobby's supporters come aboard the Trump train, it is a seismic shift in a race that is basically a coin flip within the margin of error. And even CNN, of all places, know this. Here's Aaron Burnett on Friday night talking about the impact of the Bobby bump. Listen and watch this.
Today, RFK Jr. had suspended his campaign endorsing Trump. Kennedy telling reporters that Trump had asked him to, quote, enlist him in his administration. Now, the latest swing state polls show Kennedy with 5 or 6% of the vote. And so when you think about it overall, you may say, well, that's not a big deal. Actually, if that is the case in swing states, it is huge. It is everything. It is more than the margin between Harris and Trump in some of those same states.
It was a monumental evening on Friday, something that could change not only the political landscape moving forward, but more importantly, first and foremost, what happens on November 5th. And you just know that the machine will be humming this week before Labor Day weekend. The smearing of RFK Jr. already underway. How he abandoned a family legacy of being Democrats. They'll attempt to portray Trump and RFK Jr. as the new axis of evil. All while Kamala Harris still hasn't given us a single policy, still hasn't done a single interview, still hasn't had a single press conference. And they are banking on you hating Donald Trump more than you could ever love Kamala Harris or love any of her policies. They want your disdain for Trump to supersede everything, and they're going to try to ride that to victory again 4 years later. But now on to the main event. The moment Donald Trump brought RFK Jr. out on stage in Glendale, Arizona. This is the moment the honeymoon ended. Listen and watch this.
I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he deserves it. He deserves it.
I can't lie. I marked out like a fanboy, like I was 14 years old again. I had chills. What an entrance. What a reaction. What a move by Donald Trump. And with that, we have a brand new ball game. And September 10th can't come soon enough. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. Your thoughts, your reaction. You can certainly jump in. It's brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. During the Honda Summer event, you can get financing as low as 1.9% APR for 48 months on select new models. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, or Pottstown. Also, you can check them out in Reading or Springfield and visit them online at piazzahonda.com. Your thoughts, your reaction, certainly encouraged. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/at1210WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons today. We'll get Dawn's reaction to a very monumental Friday as well as Sean's, and we'll do that on the other side of Kayal and Company here on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot, $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract assigned, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments?
with credit card debt reaching all-time highs. National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, 6:29. It is Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this week as we have a shorter week. I know I'll be out after Wednesday. Stocker's off all week long, and we have a lot to get into. It's always interesting. Stocker always takes off when all these big things develop, right?
Yeah.
I think wasn't Stocker out when Trump got shot? I mean, it's always interesting. He always picks the worst time from a news cycle to take off. But we had a plethora of developments on Friday, so let's get everybody's reaction. Dawn, I want to start with you. From Bobby early in the afternoon to joining forces with Trump on Friday evening in Glendale, your takeaways and observations are what?
I think, first of all, it was sad over the weekend that his sister, and I know that was a whole thing over the weekend that went viral, but his own sister comes out and just disowns him.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I think it's symbolic of a lot of families. I know in my family there are some in-laws and they're not speaking to their loved ones. It's symbolic of families being divided over politics. And that's really sad to me that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care what happens in life, to come out publicly and denounce your own brother, and especially since he spoke so eloquently about our health and children's health and what's going on with the processed food. And this is right. You guys know me. This is when he starts talking about that, he's got me.
He's got you.
Because that is my whole thing think about when we got back from Italy and we talked about how in Italy they do not allow in Europe all of these processing and chemicals that we put in our food, et cetera. So to me, that whole situation was sad that his sister would disown him, number one. Number two, I did see that he lost his Secret Service protection, which I guess technically he's no longer a candidate. But it just seemed like, man, they were just really happy to pull that Secret Service protection from him.
Which is interesting because technically, I mean, he withdrew from 10 battleground states, but he's still technically on the ballot in 40 states. And oh, by the way, he's still a Kennedy. So, I mean, like, it's just ridiculous that the guy doesn't have Secret Service protection. It's almost like they want him and Trump both to be shot in the head, which really just ticks me off. But I don't mean to hijack. Go ahead with what else you
No,
observe.
that's okay. I'm anxious to hear what Sean has to say, too. To me, it was, like you said, watching that on Friday. It was like this crazy busy day, and it was on a Friday. I'm watching this. I loved what Trump said. I mean, Trump was really, I thought, oh, boy, Trump doesn't really give up the microphone to too many people.
No, he doesn't.
But even Trump was, you could see, kind of taken aback by that crowd reaction. And I think at one point he did say that he's never seen that introing anybody before.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, wow, think of Trump even pre-president. Think of all of the he owned hotels. He was there with Dana White. Think of all of the introductions he's ever done in his career. And you could see in President Trump's face that he was taken aback by, and probably thrilled.
Oh, of course.
Right?
Yes.
But taken aback, like, wow, how sweet it is. And I would just say to RFK Jr., maybe your own blood, your own family, sadly has, denounced you, but welcome home because you have found a new family and a whole lot of support.
Indeed. Sean Farish, your thoughts from Friday?
Well, I was excited about it leading up to that. I mean, there were rumors from the beginning of last week that something like that was going to happen, that RFK was going to endorse Donald Trump. And, the first thing that runs through my head, and a lot of people said, well, is this going to be a Trojan horse type deal? Or, do we want to let him in? The answer is yes. We want to let folks like that in, because here's the deal, right? If he is going to come out as a Kennedy and endorse our candidate, a Republican, which, the New York Post ran the headline, a Republican endorses a Kennedy. And I pointed out, I said, hey, a Kennedy endorses a Republican. And the Post pointed it out. I said, a Kennedy, and not like John Kennedy from Louisiana, right? We're talking about an actual, like a Kennedy, endorsed a Republican. A Kennedy endorsed a Republican before Kamala Harris gave an interview. I mean, this is insane. What are we going to get next? The Epstein flight logs before she gives the interview, right? Like, what are we going to get?
Yes.
Right? With the J6 pipe bomber? Are we going to find out about that? The SCOTUS leaker? So, and I understand there's a lot of people who have like their reservations, like, well, he's a Democrat. And like, what if he does? Folks, and this is what I always say, right? And it's three criteria. It's a narrow focus. It is tight boundaries. It is a short leash. I understand if you have your reservations about trusting a Democrat, but this guy, look at what his family just did. What this guy just did is monumental, right? And haven't we all been where RFK has been when all of us decided, many of us, maybe not all of us, but I know many of us in 2016 decided we were voting for Donald Trump. When many of us in 2020 decided we were going to vote for him again. When many of us in 2024 decided we were going to vote for him again, right? As the party continues to grow. How many of us got flack from our friends? How many of us got flack from our family? How many people had to end friendships? I'm not proud of some of the things that have happened in that regard, but we've been where RFK has been. And the fact that there are so many people who will say, well, you guys, MAGA, the Trump supporters, you guys are in some sort of cult. When anytime someone steps out of line from the Democrats and starts to kind of come around and say, hey, I may not agree on 100% of what Donald Trump, says all the time, but I support him instead of communism. Again, this is why I'm encouraging everybody to go see the Reagan movie, right? Because it's the same fight, guys. There's so many parallels. The fact that RFK stuck his neck out, he could have very easily bowed out, said, I don't like the Democrat Party, but Donald Trump doesn't stand for what I stand for. He could have taken a middle of the road, kind of split the baby side, and that's it. But he did what so many people have been unwilling to do. And it is to acknowledge, hey, I may not like this guy. I may not like a lot of the things that this movement says. Look, I don't know, we have our differences, but the greater good, the cause, the preserving what makes America vibrant, what has made this country so great for so long has been our ability as people to say, all right, you and I disagree on a lot, but we agree on something bigger. And that is that this nation is prosperous when we can set aside our differences and work towards something, that benefits the common good. That's what RFK did. And folks, that's inspiring, right? When you see somebody, this isn't like, this is not a disrespect, like no disrespect to a guy like a Jeff Van Drew, right? In New Jersey, who switched parties back around the 2018 midterms, right? Or 2020 and came around to the Republican. He's Jeff Van Drew. I love the guy. I think he's great. He's not a Kennedy. He's not a huge name in American politics. He doesn't come from, from a name that has been synonymous for years, with Democrat Party politics. RFK comes out, says, I don't recognize this Democrat Party. I don't necessarily agree. And he even said it in his speech. He furiously disagrees with some of the things that Donald Trump believes and that MAGA believes. And that's okay. We can hash those differences out later. The fact that he found the courage to turn around and say, look, I don't love these guys, but we agree on some of the core tenets of what has driven RFK to run for president in the first place. I think this is one of the most courageous acts in American politics that we have ever seen. And I think this is the start of something else. He mentioned there are going to be more Democrats who joined Donald Trump's campaign, meaning more than just Tulsi, more than just Elon, more than just RFK Jr. I wonder who the next one's going to be. And then when it starts to become a trend, right? Democrats for Trump or something, right? When it starts to become cool, those are the people that are coming into this campaign, right? Those are the guys, they'll be able to reach their followers. I have, if I were to, Elon runs a poll on X and it's like, 85, it's worse than what the Krasensteins do. Those guys are idiots, by the way. But you have, and they're my favorite to troll. I have to tell you, they're my favorite to just, but either way, when you start to see these people, all right, starting to come out, it starts to become a thing. There's momentum. It's that snowball rolling down the mountain. This is going to become, I think, a little mini movement over the course of the next 70 plus days leading into November 5th, where disaffected Democrats are going to be watching guys like, let's say, Joe Manchin and go, I like this Joe Manchin guy. Maybe he's onto something. They all can't be crazy, right? They all can't be cultists. They all can't be MAGA extremists.
Right.
Those people have a base that follow them. I can't reach them. People think I'm nuts. We were just out to dinner, and they might not be right, wrong. We were just out to dinner over the weekend on Thursday night, met with our local county party here. We're getting involved. And we were having a conversation, and some of these other people walked up to the table. We started including them in the conversation, and someone told these three girls, "Hey, look up Sean on Instagram. You're going to love him." And I'm like, I don't know about that. She takes one, and I'm wearing a MAGA hat, by the way. She takes one look and goes, "Oh, I know who you are." And they ran away, right? I don't know why, right? But they ran away. They're like, "Oh, you're one of those."
Like you had West Nile virus. Yeah, they ran.
Right, like I'm Anthony Fauci. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. So I can't reach those three girls.
Yeah.
But RFK might.
Yep.
Or Joe Manchin might. Or some other disaffected Democrat might. And that is the hidden factor here. Oh, endorsements don't mean anything. But when it's this earth shattering and it's this, when you change your position or when you finally break down that psychological TDS barrier where you're like, it's not a bad thing to vote for Trump. This is what I think so many pollsters and pundits aren't accounting for. It's the inertia. It's the momentum that this is going to cause. It's the trend. How trendy, how many people jump on TikTok challenges, go dance in the supermarket. This is one of those developing, I believe, mini movements and trends that is going to start to shift a lot, not just this election, but the American political landscape for a long time. I think this is going to have lasting effects.
I agree.
Yeah, we talk about permission all the time. And so you think about what you're saying, people looking, let's say the environmental groups or the health groups, the vaccine groups. So these different, we talk about these niche groups that only care, their only lane is they only care about the environment. Here's somebody who, for a long time, he's an environmental attorney. That's what, in many groups, that's what he's known for. Then in the other side, he's known for talking about health and what's going on with all of this processed foods. And why is it that most other countries, especially all of Europe, ban chemicals and processes that we allow in our food? So you have that group. And then you just have the group that you talked about that just says, oh, the Kennedys and the Kennedy mystique and Camelot. And they look at him and they think, wow, Kennedy went, maybe I'm going to take a second look. Does he then open the floodgate to, quote unquote, because we all need permission. You have permission. In some of those circles, that's how they speak.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And along the journey, you need permission.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm trying to think of their vernacular. And I think that you're onto something there when you talk about that.
Think about it. The last 4 years in this country, we have seen an attack on free speech through censorship, and we've had to live through vaccine mandates and big pharma shoved down our throats. Those are two of the things that Bobby loves and despises the most. He loves free speech, despises censorship. Heck, that's the reason this station exists. Free speech lives here. And, of course, he's anti-vaccine on many fronts and all the big pharma, big ad. He's basically anti-big everything, right? Big ag, big tech, big pharma. But he posted this on Twitter yesterday morning, or X, and it got 6.3 million views. And I want to read this from RFK. He says, what MAGA really means. The phrase that has troubled liberals who think it's a call for a return to an America before civil rights, gay rights, and women's rights. But I have a more generous interpretation, one that is truer to my experience of Donald Trump as he is today. Make America Great Again recalls a nation brimming with vitality, with a can-do spirit, with hope and a belief in itself. It was an America that was beginning to confront its darker shadows and could acknowledge the injustice in its past and present, yet at the same time could celebrate its successes. It was a nation of broad prosperity. It was the world's most vibrant middle class and an idealistic belief in freedom, justice, and democracy. It was a nation that led the world in innovation, productivity, and technology, and it was the healthiest country in the world. I have talked to many Trump supporters. I have talked with his inner circle. I have talked to the man himself. This is the America they want to restore. And that's exactly right. He nailed that. And the amount of responses he got, obviously, were incredible. But it's like the left, they can't understand what MAGA is. And when we boil this election down, we've boiled it to immigration versus abortion. We've even simplified it. It's men against women. Within men, it's type A's against type B. It's masculinity against whatever guys like Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz supposedly represent. But what this really comes down to,
you, by the way.
That's Dougie, yes. The sex symbol Dougie. We'll get to him in the Washington Post.
He was sexy to the nanny.
Oh, yes, he was. She found him to be a hot little trick,
my
right?
Goodness.
But like this really comes down to communism against democracy, right? This is communism versus unity. Right. We heard this whole nonsense about a unity ticket. The unity ticket's happening right now under Donald Trump's watch. There's countless Democrats with apparently, Dawn, reportedly, more on the way. I don't know who that is. Is that Joe Rogan? Is that somebody with a bigger brand and a bigger name than Rogan? I have no idea.
But he said Democrats. RFK Jr. on Fox last night.
That's correct.
Yesterday said Democrats.
Right.
So to you guys' point, I mean, what is this going to look like? And I don't know if you played this clip in your big take, so forgive me, because I had Dave down here. I'm still under construction in my in my studio, but I thought it was a great point that he made about Ross Perot running 10 months, 34 appearances, and for RFK Jr. 2 appearances in 16 months, and those were on Fox. We should be proud here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT because I know Dom. He was here for Dom. I think he was on with Rich. Well, I don't know if he's not maybe the early morning person, but he certainly was on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT live multiple times. And so we did put him on, and I think there were talk radio stations that may have given him some airtime. Mm-hmm. But 2 network appearances, only 2 in a year and a half. Wow.
And that was
locked out by the media.
This is Bobby.
Did I misspeak? It was Bobby Kennedy,
okay.
RFK Jr.
Okay, unbelievable. Yeah, they don't want this guy getting the run and the airtime. They don't want him getting Secret Service protection. Again, that's not democracy. Let the marketplace of ideas, which are voters in this spectrum, let the people decide who they what they want, and we'll hash it all out. And again, Kennedy was rambling a little bit on Friday. He's like, he was basically saying if I was on the ticket, I would have won the Democratic nomination. He was not. I don't think he was going to beat Biden or Harris. But I'm glad that he's with Trump now because I think his 5% matters. And we'll get into this on the other side. I've got some numbers that I want to run by you guys in all the battleground states with what Kennedy is capable of doing. And also just to show you what the tipping point was 4 years ago in 2020 and also in 2016 and why RFK's 3, 4, 5, 6% really does matter. We'll do that as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Drive into summer with the rugged Honda Ridgeline, Passport, and Pilot. Get outdoors and kick up some dust with Honda, the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 1.9% APR on a 2024 Ridgeline and a 2.9% APR on a 2024 Passport and 2025 Pilot.
Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kbb.com for more information.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, Philly. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each MyPlan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows. And save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.tv.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
.653. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Dawning, Sean. Sean's in for Greg this morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, but we'll put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour with the RFK stuff, and then we got to get to some more whistleblowers from July 13th. But it's pretty remarkable what occurred on Friday. Less than 24 hours after the DNC, Kamala Harris completely disappeared from the news headlines. It's honestly remarkable. I'm looking at a montage here of the New York Times, CNN.com, the Washington Post, CBSNews.com. It was all Trump. It was all RFK Jr. And that's pretty hard to do, to knock Kamala Harris after 5 weeks off the front page of pretty much every newspaper and every website. And I think that's how big it was from a momentum standpoint and a honeymoon standpoint. But, Sean, I just wanted to give you and Dawn these numbers quickly here to wrap up the 6 o'clock hour and get your quick thoughts on this. So, according to Trump's internal polling, in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, they have RFK Jr. at 5%, 3%, 4%, 4%, and 4%. And people might sit back and say, well, you know, he could be a factor, but it's no guarantee. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm not saying it's a guarantee. But here's the tipping point margins in the swing states in 2020. In Pennsylvania, it was decided by 1.1%, or 41,223 votes. In Georgia, it was 0.2 of a point, 10,195 votes. In Arizona, it was 0.3 of a point, 18,713 votes. And then the same thing goes in 2016 when Trump took Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin by 44,000 votes, 10,000 votes, and 22,000 votes. You see the percentage, you think it's minimal. But when we're talking about states that determine the whole deal, and it's 10,000 votes, 11,000 votes, 18,000 votes, 40,000 votes, that's where the RFK factor comes into play. This thing could easily go from Harris +2 to Trump +3 or Trump +4. And that's, oh, by the way, if some of these internal polls are skewing heavy Democrat, it's really not a true representative sample, Sean.
Well, how about this, too? Think about this. I mean, because polling misses a lot of, polling's, well, who are you voting for? And then you answer a question, but you don't necessarily get into how somebody arrived at that decision. So, yes, RFK was getting 4% or 5% in the polls, and that's significant in and of itself. But I want you to think about this hidden factor, right? How many people, I don't know the answer to this. I don't know if it's a large number or a small number, but how many people responded to these pollsters, right? Who like RFK, they like what he says, they like what he stands for, they consider themselves Democrats, but they're voting for Harris because they feel like, RFK vote's a throwaway vote, right?
Yep.
And then RFK comes out and endorses Trump. And now they're like, well, now what do I do? Not that RFK is making up their minds or making their decisions for them, but how many RFK Democrats decided they didn't want to vote for RFK because he wasn't, he didn't really have an actual chance, right? Now that he has endorsed Trump, do people who have answered some of these polls, right, or have said that they're voting for Harris, do they now rethink their position because of what RFK did and what this potential avalanche of Democrats that may come out and endorse Trump are going to do too?
Yep.
So there's that hidden factor as well. And you just brought up 2020's numbers and how razor thin 2020 was, despite all the polling saying Donald Trump was down 7, he was down 8 points here and there. It wasn't even going to be close. And it took a week to find enough votes really to turn the election, right? There is always an understatement of Donald Trump's, performance and polling numbers in these polls. That's number one. Now you got to throw this into the mix, right? And there are a lot of factors that polling is going to miss because it's not perfect. It's a snapshot in time, and you don't really get that in depth, right? When you start talking about how people arrive at their decision when they enter the voting booth. And one other thing is, Dawn mentioned in the previous segment about the environmentalists and all that. There are a lot of people who have this perception of Donald Trump that he wants to destroy the planet and, he doesn't care about the environment. We call ourselves conservatives for a reason. I don't litter. I don't want the ice caps to melt. I don't want holes in the ozone layer, right? But I also don't need Al Gore coming out there throwing crazy stats at me to scare me into believing Long Island is going to be gone come 2020, right? I mean, this is what they put us through in high school, the inconvenient truth, and it was inconveniently a lie. It's not even that, nobody hates the environment. It's just that we're not buying the fear. The hoax isn't that things are going on with the climate. It's the fear porn that keeps getting driven, and shoved down our throats. Right. And I think people are going to start to realize that a lot of what Donald Trump and MAGA is about is reasonable. Like J.D. Vance, and there's a lot of people who are far more conservative than Donald Trump. He's not extreme. He keeps calling it the party of common sense. So I think, again, there's going to be a lot of momentum. I think polling is going to miss it. And I think a lot of people are going to be shocked by how much of an effect this has.
Dawn, final words on the Bobby bump, specifically maybe here in Pennsylvania, which could determine the whole thing?
I think the Bobby bump and combined with Kemp, Georgia Governor Kemp and Trump, and that mending, if you will, is huge for the GOP moving forward. And my question is, how does it impact down ticket? So looking at a Dave McCormick here in Pennsylvania, we saw, Sleepy Casey, Senator Casey, they tried to put him up there and prop him up there at the DNC.
Yep.
And the crowd was like, not excited. And so when you look at all of this, no wonder that the Democrats are worried.
Yep, no doubt. And they should be. We'll see if Harris can find some momentum between now and September 10th, but she'd have to come out from hiding in the basement and actually speak to the press. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 on the way. Dawn will have some news and then the latest whistleblower revelations from J13. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 on the way.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Celebrate Spring Dance Hot Tub's 26th anniversary sale. Get a free aqua bike, exercise kit, and Wi-Fi kit. A $2,000 value on all endless pools, swim spas. Plus, snag a free freshwater IQ system with your new Hot Spring Utopia hot tub. Save up to $4,000. Enjoy 0% financing for 60 months. And get bonus incentives for quick delivery. Trade in your old hot tub for up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs today or visit springdancehottubs.com.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from one Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Furnish your new home or replace that old furniture with Bucks County Estate Traders and their massive Labor Day sale. Everything store-wide is 20 to 50% off. High-quality name-brand furniture, mid-century modern, vintage, and more. Plus artwork, lighting, and decorative pieces for every room in your house. More than 15,000 items in stock. Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. Save big August 29th through September 3rd at their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild ready for back to school and a great upcoming school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Ganna and METC. Get a game plan in place. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at METC.com. Call METC's tutoring studio 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners get a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.706, Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway here on a Monday morning. Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean in for Greg this week. What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up at 7:45. We'll get to Dawn's news in just a moment. Kamala Harris, 36 days in, still no interviews, although the Harris campaign saying she will sit down for an interview before the end of the month. So be paying attention for that. That could be later this week, or that could be on the Sunday morning show coming up this weekend, which, of course, is Labor Day weekend. We'll get to the latest whistleblower bombshell revelations from July 13th, and then also the New York Times, very critical of Kamala Harris, and also, God forbid you like a post on social media of Donald Trump's and you're a celebrity, because they will come out of the woodwork and try to shame you and cancel you. We'll give you that latest story coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to the news. We've got round number 2 at 7:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live, brought to you this morning by Budget Blinds. In the news this morning, a lot of police activity, busy police morning for sure. On this Monday morning, August 26 at 68 degrees. One person in custody, according to Philadelphia police, following an armed carjacking that led police to pursue others this morning. Suspect arrested in the 5200 block of Lindbergh Boulevard. This is the southwest Philadelphia. Early this morning, carjackers stole a Mercedes from the 400 block of Snyder Ave in South Philadelphia, and Philadelphia police, as well as Pennsylvania State troopers, chasing that vehicle. So they say the carjackers crashed into another car around 10th and Snyder before coming to a stop. Police, so that's how they got one of the guys, but they're still looking right now as I speak, still searching for the other two. That's going on. What a way to start your Monday morning for our Philadelphia police and the owner of that Mercedes, who, it looks like, thank God, it was a carjacking, obviously, but that individual survived.
Yeah. Police never get a day off, do they, Dawn?
My goodness.
No.
We told you earlier, just updating you, that homicide investigators are now searching area surveillance type footage to try to solve the killing of an innocent bystander, a woman shot and killed in Philadelphia's Kensington section. She was trying to break up an argument yesterday that escalated into gunfire, and homicide detectives, as I say, working on that. And they originally did find that this murder was carried out, that was captured by city-owned surveillance footage. These two guys get into some kind of a verbal argument. A woman is trying to break that up, and she's the one who ends up being shot and killed in Philadelphia. Woman in her 30s. They are not releasing, pending notification to her next of kin. They're not releasing her identity yet.
Oh, boy.
Delaware County, 30 shots fired in deadly shooting in Chester. This happened at the intersection of Butler and Conrad Streets. Happened over the weekend. 4 people shot. 1 victim dying at the scene. 3 others are still in the hospital. One of those young men in critical condition. The other 2 in stable but serious condition. And as usual, as I say, investigators not revealing a motive. So we don't have a motive. We don't have any further information. Delaware County, as 30 shots were fired amid this gunfight.
If a Kennedy can endorse a Republican, can't we all just get along? Can't we just put the guns away for a little bit? Can't the Middle East have peace? Can't cats and dogs live in harmony? I feel like Bill Murray here in Ghostbusters right now.
Who you going to call? Well, we do have, it's the first day of school for many kids across the nation for sure, but for Philadelphia, 113,000 school children. Yes, summertime is over, headed back to school. So we know that Mayor Sherrell Parker, the Superintendent Tony Watlington, and others, they'll be formally ringing in the school year at FS Edmonds in East Mount Airy. And she has a school-age son in middle school, so for our mayor. So it's a real first for her as well, as she's back to school, back to fall, and she's back home after being she wasn't a speaker at the DNC. I'll point that out as the first African-American mayor of a very old city in Philadelphia.
Missed opportunity for the Harris administration there not to get her on a platform?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
So obviously they were being political, and they put somebody like, our Senator Bob Casey, because he's up for re-election. But she would have received more attention and applause, and she's so dynamic.
Right.
You know what I mean? Why not have her speak
Right.
to the? I mean, even if it's 1 minute.
Why not? And why not have her speak as opposed to Shapiro speaking twice?
Right.
Right? Because Shapiro did multiple nights. What did he do? Wednesday and Thursday, I think. Back to backs.
So yeah, I mean, so why?
Yeah, it's fine by me.
I would have gone with a dynamic lady who's in an important city to get out the vote.
Yep.
By the way.
Agreed.
Ventnor, we're all talking about the Jersey Shore because we here at Kayal and Company, many of us, have off Thursday, Friday, Monday. Big weekend down the shore, by the way, with Battle at the Beach, football. I know Thursday night's IMG, Friday my kid plays, so that's why I'm talking about it.
Okay, so you're out. So you're out after Wednesday as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we head down, so we'll be at that IMG. I don't even know who this is a sin. Who's IMG playing? Henry's going to know this. This is like a huge game. I should know this, but Thursday night.
IMG's a Florida high school, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they're a factory.
They are. So one of my son's friends is amazing as a kicker.
Mm-hmm.
So he was down there but wanted to come back home. But it's an incredible story. If I still I would love to do a documentary just on what goes on at IMG.
Yeah,
And
just as long as it's not on a kicker, because nobody really cares about a kicker until they miss. That's when guys like Sean and I lose our minds. You have one single job and you can't make the kick. It's all you're paid to do, right?
Well, but here's the thing. It's a skill set.
It is.
It's a thing. It's
it definitely is.
It's like you're the electrician or the plumber of the team,
Yeah.
right? Because you're that guy. You go in and
You're
you
the
get her
lone
done.
wolf, really.
Yeah.
You're kind of like an independent contractor.
Yep.
You're like RFK to the Kennedy family.
Well said. But Battle of the Beach down the shore, a lot of people and high schools from across the country and across the region, and a point of pride. It's really a great time. But I will tell you, and this always freaks me out because the water's warm. I love to swim in the ocean, but did you hear dun 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 dun? We had a guy whose hand was bitten.
Mm-hmm.
At Ventnor City Beach Patrol saying that this guy was in the water. His hand appears to have been bitten by a shark.
Mm-hmm. You're
Nobody's-
swimming amongst them.
Right?
Yep.
And the water's warm.
Yep.
Oh,
That was
he
it. Do we know if it was a great white? Was it a tiger shark? What kind of shark was it?
tiger shark.
Do we
No,
need to get
I don't know.
Brody and Hooper out here?
Dun, dun, dun. He was taken to the hospital for treatment. He's expected to be okay. Beachgoers, though, are only allowed into the water up to their knees until the local leaders. This is Ventnor.
Okay.
So I don't know if all of the, I don't know if all of the lifeguards are going to say this up and down the Jersey Shore. I think this is just Ventnor, but they want to. Everybody's a little freaked out about this.
You should be.
So I know I'm freaked out.
It's their territory. Stay the hell out of it. Just like that lady at the zoo last week that wanted to go up and get a selfie of the tiger and almost lost her head. You go into their habitat, you're fair game.
All I'm saying is, if you go out, make sure, first of all, you're swimming in between the green flags. Number one. Number two, make sure that you're not the furthest one out. So if there's a bigger person, bigger than me, and they're a little further out, I'm thinking the shark's going to go after them.
They should.
Right?
Yep. Yes.
I'm just teasing. But I do think about that sometimes. I just get
That's why I stay on a boat or I stay on land.
No, we love to swim in the ocean. It's just
Yeah?
I
get my feet wet.
I love it.
I'm a baby.
Really?
Yeah.
You just don't. You're a lake kind of a guy.
No,
or
I mean, I do.
pool?
I like the lake. I'm good with. I like just cleaner water. I'm just not a huge Jersey Shore guy, as I've documented many times on the show. But no, I mean, I'll go up to.
Be careful. You got to be careful down by Jersey too. You might not get bitten by a shark. It might be Chris Christie.
Well,
also,
I mean,
'cause
yeah.
sometimes he gets
Sloppy
them.
Chris Christie.
Right, exactly.
It could be Uncle Brosie's cannibals too. That's
Stop. That's a sin.
Yeah.
So funny. Budget
Never know.
blinds. What?
I said you never know.
You never know. Dun, 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 dun. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. You get a free in-home consultation, the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Greg Stocker and Mrs. Stephanie Stocker, they both vouch for Budget Blinds, that they're amazing. Their whole house is done in Budget Blinds. For our Phillies, first in the National League, we won our series against Kansas City. The Royals, 11-3 was the latest win. Today for the Phils, home, 87 degrees. with a chance of some showers this afternoon. Tomorrow, 91. Wednesday, 95 degrees. So I do wonder if school will be truncated because we're back to school in Philadelphia and we don't have HVAC.
Yeah, no air conditioning for Philadelphia school children. So it's like the 70s.
Yeah, amen, brother. But Thursday, it looks like 85, so we have to get through Wednesday, the height of it. Great beach week so far. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Big stretch for the Phillies as well. They got the Astros and then the Braves, two very good teams. So see how they do here as we get closer to September. All right, coming up next, July 13th, revelations, new whistleblower allegations. Why was additional resources denied? Why were the authorities told, do not ask for more help? Those details and our speculation on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
Get your laugh on with me, Chris Jericho, and the Talk is Jericho podcast. We've got Guns N' Roses Hall of Famer Duff McKagan and his joke of the week every Friday, plus regular visits from the hilarious Brad Williams and special appearances by everyone from Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias, Mark Maron, Dennis Miller, Cheech Marin, Kevin Nealon. If they're funny, they're on Talk is Jericho. So listen to and follow Talk is Jericho now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. We have something a little different for you. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Trust me, I have NFL Sunday Ticket for YouTube TV. You get picture-in-picture, so you can watch multiple games. If you have a little skin in the game, it makes it that much more impressive. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after the free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Jimmy's in the back with a pocket of high. If you listen close, you can hear him cry.
723, Kayal and Company, Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. The cut sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes. But let's get into the latest whistleblower allegations that came across the desk of Josh Hawley on Friday. And we're now, I think, 6 weeks removed from that tragic day of July 13th where people lost their lives. And, you know, from about the third week after that event, I came to the conclusion and the belief that I thought this was an inside job. Some people have kind of walked up to that line but haven't said that publicly. I've said it for basically 50% of the time since the fallout of this occurred on July 13th. And more stuff comes across, and it just continues to reaffirm my belief that this was a setup, which I find it very interesting. We don't really hear anything from the parents. They've stopped getting information on the deceased shooter. Where are the parents, by the way? Are they in protective custody? Are they ever going to do an interview? Or are we just supposed to forget all about this? And I see this new information from Josh Hawley come out as new whistleblower testimony was obtained by the senator that reveals Secret Service headquarters directed agents on the ground at the rally to not request additional resources as they would be denied. And this continues to get fishier by the day. And I want to read you this, and I posted this, I retweeted Josh Hawley on Friday, and you can see the actual letter. And this is to the acting director, Mr. Rowe, who, as we know, is now in the place of Kimberly Cheadle, who resigned. And I just want to read the first paragraph and get your reaction to this. Josh Hawley writes, "Dear Acting Director Rowe, I have received new whistleblower allegations that again call into question your recent testimony before the Senate. One whistleblower with knowledge of Secret Service planning for former President Trump's trip to Butler, PA, alleges that officials at the Secret Service headquarters encouraged agents in charge of the trip not to request any additional security assets in its formal manpower request, effectively denying these assets through informal means. Yet you have repeatedly suggested that no security assets had been denied for the Butler event. You must explain this apparent contradiction immediately." You can read the rest of Hawley's letter to Roe, but every time, whether it was Roe or Cheadle, they tried to come out and say, no, we dotted all of our I's, we crossed all of our T's, nobody was denied anything, this was standard operating procedure, all the politically correct hogwash, yet we continue to get whistleblower after whistleblower, and this could be the same whistleblower repeatedly giving this information to Josh Hawley. But Dawn and Sean, I've always been inclined to believe a whistleblower because I don't think there's really anything to gain for the whistleblower. They're not seeking fame. They're not seeking fortune. They're risking their career. They're risking potentially their own lives to share the information that the alphabet agencies and these corrupt agencies don't want the American public to know. So, Dawn, I'll start with you. I mean, when you get more and more of these little tidbits that come out, does this raise your spidey senses, or is this, in your opinion, still a rogue actor that somehow slipped through the cracks? I just refuse to believe, and I know the Secret Service is not as cracked up as what we're told to believe. I just continue to believe that something doesn't add up here and that this was planned.
I think that I am encouraged by the fact that even today, the group of bipartisan U.S. lawmakers on the task force they created earlier this month are going to be back in Butler, Pennsylvania, and that's happening today. So it's the second time. Remember, we talked about this before, and that's after I think it was right around the time that a whistleblower, that you referred to, had been speaking out. But now House Speaker Mike Johnson, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries announced the establishment of this task force, and they actually heading that is Republican Pennsylvania Senator Mike Kelly leads this task force. So they're back this morning, and I think it's significant. You talked earlier, Nick, in your big take, and Sean, you referenced this as well, talking about that the DNC and Kamala Harris in the rearview mirror. So let's think about Monday. A lot of people are back to school this morning. And, Nick, you talked this morning about your little girls going back to school. And so what happens when the kids are back to school? You're going to turn on the morning TV. You're listening more. You're driving the kids. You're in the car line, etc.
You're back in your routine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And so think about on back to school Monday for, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of kids across the country. You have a couple of headlines, not just RFK Jr. joining on with Trump, Kemp and Georgia, that going on. Then you as well have these bipartisan groups of lawmakers, Democrats, Republicans, investigating back at the scene of the assassination. That forces the so-called mainstream media, does it not force them at some point to remind everybody, oh, yeah, there was an assassination attempt July 13th. Here's the task force. The final thing I'll say on this Monday, as we think about 2021 and Abbey Gate, Afghanistan, and the disastrous withdrawal that is today.
3 years.
As we think about the commemoration.
Yep, 8/26/21.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sean, it's just frustrating to me because we saw that there was an arrest made at Trump's rally in North Carolina last Wednesday. Doesn't look like it's anything linked to an assassination attempt, but there was the threat of an assassination attempt for Trump when he was at the border. They apprehended this 66-year-old man that made these threats on social media. It feels like every single week, whether we hear it or if it's behind closed doors with these agencies, Trump's life is in danger. And part of the goal to win, he has to make it to November 5th and be alive. And I just tend to believe a lot of this that's coming across. It's way too suspicious for me to just be merely a bunch of people dropping the ball and a 20-year-old that can outsmart supposedly the brightest people in security and asset protection.
Yeah, and when it happened on July 13th and the conversation began, after July 13th on how it could happen, the very first thing I started saying, and a little jokingly, right? But like, I'm a Jets fan. I know what incompetence looks like, and that's not it, right? Because I've seen, and that is a joke, right? But we're not laughing about the assassination attempt, but the point of the matter is, the going narrative was colossal failure. And unfortunately, what I'm led to believe is that the only failure that took place on July 13th is that Donald Trump walked off that stage with Secret Service around him alive, and he's still alive today. And that's not easy for anybody really probably to hear or to say. But when you look at the sequence of events on July 13th, and as you just mentioned, right, a 20-year-old outsmarted the Secret Service. Are we kidding? The other question, though, in the wake of this whole thing, is, we're seeing, and look, I don't want anybody to like misinterpret this or kind of put this the wrong way. So no political violence, right? Number one, out in front of the whole thing, no political violence at all whatsoever. It's not appropriate, right? But we're seeing all of these comments, these folks who are making threats on social media and, saying that they're going to make an attempt on Trump's life. We don't see this on the other side, and I don't want to see it. I keep saying I don't want to see that. But why is it only Trump that is being threatened? What is leading to that? That's what I'm asking, right? Why are so many people hell-bent on killing him? Why do so many people feel comfortable making those statements? Is it because of MSNBC and the Rachel Madcows of the world and the people on that network? Is it because of Jake Tapper and Dana Bash and the people over at CNN who completely and repeatedly compare Donald Trump to Hitler?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that why? The way they talk about him, they say Donald Trump is using language that is a dog whistle to white supremacy. It's the left that is using language that is a dog whistle to potential assassins to feel comfortable, not just making the attempt, but talking about it. They have created this environment, this toxic environment, where people feel like they're allowed to say Donald Trump should die, right? Madonna, I want to blow up the White House. Lady Gaga, Johnny Depp. Oh, has an actor ever taken out a president? Yes, his name was John Wilkes Booth. There are so many people, right, that have made these comments. And when we say that's not appropriate, oh, calm down. It's just a joke. There's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. They shot him. I don't care what anybody, it was a piece of glass. Where'd the glass come from? If it was a piece of glass,
Right.
okay, you genius. Oh, it's the teleprompter. Well, then how come the teleprompters are intact? They can't answer that question.
Well,
right?
to your point, they use this explosive rhetoric, and that's why. And they need Trump in the news cycle because what else are they going to talk about, Sean? They can't pick apart his policies because his policies were successful, and Kamala Harris hasn't given her policies, and Biden's policies have been a failure. So they have nothing to champion on their own network. So they have to use that explosive rhetoric, and that leads to the crazies doing what they do on July 13th, right?
It's incredible. And you know what? I say this all the time. If there was no Donald Trump, what would like 90% of the leftists do? They have no purpose. They literally, they wake up and their first thing, the first thing they do, I'm telling you, this is what goes on. Okay, is they go on Truth Social and they look at what Donald Trump is saying to get mad first thing in the morning. I guarantee this is what they do. This is what they live for. This is their purpose. Their purpose is F Trump, right? Their purpose is orange man bad. That is their religion. That is the cult. That is what drives them. That is what their entire life, guys, is focused around. It revolves around Donald Trump. These are the same people. Donald Trump thinks everybody revolves around him. You revolve around him. If you just take a second, right? You look at we mentioned them before, these idiots on X, the Krasensteins. What would they do if Donald Trump was not in politics? The answer is nothing. There is no purpose. I know what I would do if Kamala Harris wasn't in politics. I'd still be involved in the process because I don't wake up and hate another individual so much that is my reason for getting up and doing my day.
Yeah.
That is what the left does. They wake up and they hate Donald Trump so much that they use that as their fuel to keep going. They go, I'm going to put this meme up today. I'm going to call that person a Nazi. We're going to call that one an incel. We're going to call that one a white supremacist. And we're going to blame it all on Donald Trump. And that's why you saw what happened on July 13th. That's why you had that story down by the border, because hating Donald Trump is mainstream and it's allowed. You're not allowed to hate any other politician like that.
Right.
You're not allowed to say things about other politicians like that. You're not allowed to falsely label other politicians rapists. Donald Trump has not been convicted of rape. I don't care. Oh, well, it's been adjudicated sex offender and he's a shush. You're making up things now. You're making up terms now. Whether they like it or not, and it's so much fun to say this, if you're a liberal, right, and you don't like, your life basically revolves around Donald Trump. You are his biggest fan. You give him more attention than I give him. I sound like him. Nobody does a better job. We understand that. I have to say this, Nobody does a better job. You could look at it. You could listen to it. Nobody does a better job. I don't even mention him 100 times a day, like the DNC did last week. 100. They did 400 times over 4 nights, 100 times a day.
Right.
I sound like the dude. Okay. I make content that revolves around him, not all the time, but a lot of the times. It's a thing I do. I don't even think about him that much. It's just insane. Like, actually insane.
I know. I've told my mother-in-law that. I said, I do this for a living, and 40% of my daily content revolves around Trump. And you think about him more, and you're just on Facebook looking for what he posted on, this platform or that platform. We got to get to this, Dawn. This is great because we talked a lot about Harrison Butker and the backlash that he faced. Yeah, it's amazing. The Kansas City Chiefs are a very political NFL franchise, right? Harrison Butker, who didn't really say anything political, didn't say anything controversial at that Catholic commencement speech about women dreaming of growing up and creating the traditional family and being a wife and a mom. And what happened? The Andy Reid and the Chiefs, they gave him the biggest contract in kicker history and said, suck it, left wingers, we're not canceling this guy. Travis Kelce, though. Travis Kelce dates Taylor Swift. Travis Kelce endorses Bud Light and Pfizer. Nobody has a problem with that. And then on Friday, I thought this was great. And this is to your point, Sean, about how the left goes after you if you share an opinion that they don't view as viable. So on Trump's Instagram account, he's got his 20-point GOP platform for 2024. It's something we've gone through, we've talked about, to kind of compare and contrast what really is on his platform and agenda versus what's on Project 2025 and how the mainstream media is saying that Project 2025 is a Trump thing. So Brittany Mahomes, the wife of the legendary quarterback Patrick Mahomes, liked the Instagram post of Trump's 20-point bullet platform for 2024, and she got unloaded on by everybody in the mentions to the point where she had to come out and say, I mean, honestly, to be a hater as an adult, you have to have some deep-rooted issues that you refuse to heal from childhood. There's no reason your brain is fully developed and you hate to see others doing well. My guess is she got either death threats or a bunch of curse words thrown her way, all because she liked Trump's platform post. I don't even know if she's a Republican. I don't know if she's a Trump voter. Shouldn't matter. The fact that people lose their mind over things like that on social media is ridiculous. But they're the same ones. Because I remember in the fall, in the football season, I blasted Travis Kelce for being a Pfizer pimp with the Pfizer commercial. And my mentions exploded. Like, I had over 1 million views on this tweet, and I literally had to mute the mentions because I was tired of hearing people just blow up my mentions, because some of the mentions I do want to read on posts that matter. But when I get a bunch of crap from people, I just mute the mentions so I don't have to see them. But this is ridiculous, Dawn. Like, we're living in a world where Brittany, and I think Brittany Mahomes is kind of an annoying pain in the butt. Like, she's always constantly chirping on social media. Patrick Mahomes should probably shut her down, especially during the season. People will rip me for that. Dawn, you can rip me if you'd like as well. But she's going to get criticized for liking a post of Donald Trump's. Newsflash for you people. There are women out there that actually like Donald Trump. As hard as that is to believe for some of you that live in a bubble, there's a lot of females that are going to vote for Trump regardless of Roe v. Wade and regardless, Sean, what you just talked about with the civil procedure with E. Jean Carroll. Trump does have a female base. It might not be massive. It could be what costs him in the election. But, Dawn, there are females, you included, that like Donald Trump. And it shouldn't be a sin because you like this post.
Yeah, and why is it that women, it's ironic, isn't it, in the quote-unquote pro-choice movement? You have pro-choice if you want to have an abortion or not, but you don't have pro-choice or diversity when it comes to thought if you are a conservative woman.
No. That's correct.
And, as far as, Butker goes, the fact that he was calling on J.D. Vance to his fellow Catholic, I thought that, was all part of the swirl of this, that Butker was putting out there saying to J.D. Vance, I implore my fellow Catholic J.D. Vance to help bring the Republican Party back in line with the foundational platform of, life, that all life is valuable and there can be no compromise when it comes to defending the unborn. And so, wow. I mean, you think about the world of football kind of blowing up people's minds like you're talking about. It's like they can't handle it.
No. And Sean, we got about 60 seconds. I want to get your thoughts because, I mean, you're a Jets guy. Aaron Rodgers is an RFK Jr. guy. And Rodgers took a lot of flack a few years ago for saying he was immunized as opposed to getting the vaccine. It's amazing. They just expect every celebrity or pro athlete or their wives to be in lockstep with Democrats. And when that doesn't happen, they flip out like little 9-year-olds on social media.
And they're looking for it. This tells you that, she hit the like button. It's not even like she commented. That means somebody went into who liked the tweet and scrolled it to find Brittany Mahomes. How obsessed do you have to be with what other people think? Just go about your day. We hear about diversity, equity, inclusion. We hear about, everybody has the right to make their own decisions, unless it's a decision they disagree with. And then they lose their, what about it. It's embarrassing. I mean, and then to come out and say that, well, you wear a red hat with 4 words on it. Well, you're MAGA hats. You guys are cultists. I don't stalk people's social medias to find out if they like my political opponents and then blow a gasket. I've been saying this forever. I don't care what Taylor Swift does. I think we give her too much power. She wants to bake Biden-Harris cookies. Have a field day. I don't care. She's her own person. I'm my own person. I'm not like them. We don't have to stalk people's social medias and go, well, Brittany Mahomes says she liked the post, so she must be a white supremacist. This is so stupid and pointless and counterproductive. I don't see why they can't just go get a job or a second job or a third job or just go to take a nap, just put your phone away, go touch some grass, pet a dog. I don't know. Anything but what you're doing. It's obsessive and dumb.
Yes. That's why I take a nap. That's why I play golf. And that's why I drink. So I'm not on social media all day staring at everybody's political views. By the way, during the break, I'm going to see if Jalen Hurts' girlfriend has liked any posts for Kamala Harris. And so I can lose my mind next segment. Just kidding. All right. Cut sheets on the other side. But first, Dawn Stensland has a word for you.
Yeah, because it's still August, even though a lot of the kids are back to school this upcoming weekend. Maybe it's your final August road trip for the season. Do you know if your vehicle's road trip ready, though? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you make sure that you and your family are safe out on the roads. These service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they happen. That's critical, right? Just schedule a service appointment online today. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. I'll be at a Piazza Premium Automobile dealer in Westchester. I believe that's tomorrow. Really excited to test drive some of the vehicles. But you got to do this and make sure that you are road trip ready. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them. Not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation.
Find out how much your car's worth at We Buy Any Car.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Are you worried about your roof handling the next storm?
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we provide top quality roofing services that fit your budget and stand the test of time.
And our team of roofing experts ensures your home stays safe and dry with durable, reliable roofing solutions to any problems you may have. Plus, at Emmons, we offer free inspections and free estimates.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Calling on Levittown.
Hello there.
To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it
Go home to your mom.
7:51, Kayal Company. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Sean, live here on a Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get a big three from Dawn coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But right now, let's get to what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
All right, we have tons of audio to get to. Plenty of Bobby Kennedy, plenty of Donald Trump from Friday, and also the way the media is reacting, what the polls are showing. J.D. Vance on the cut sheet today, as well as he was doing some of the Sunday shows yesterday. I believe that was with Kristen Welker of NBC. But let's start. We just had this conversation to wrap up the 7 o'clock hour before we got to the cut sheet about social media having a meltdown over what the wife of a quarterback liked on social media. I want to play you this. This is clip number 1, boys, right at the top of the sheet. Pablo Torre is a talking head, or used to be a talking head, on ESPN. But he went on Morning Joe on MSNBC and actually tried to say that the Democrat Party is the party of football. I want you to listen and watch this. Clip number 1. Go ahead, boys.
I tell you what, the Democratic Party, really, the sports analogies and everything else really came tumbling out. They seem to be the party of the NFL now.
It's the party of football.
Yeah.
Joe, I don't know if people appreciate it.
What?
Mika, this is something that I did not think was possible.
I didn't see it coming.
I come from the world of sports.
You do.
In my lifetime, I have not ever considered that the Democratic Party would be the party that has the most plausible claim to the largest organism in a culture war,
right,
which is football. Again, for people who aren't familiar, Professor,
the
2023, of the 100 most watched television shows, 93 of them were NFL games.
Right.
3 more on that list, college football games.
Okay, so I'm not sure how he arrives at the conclusion that football or the Democrat Party is the party of football. I would argue that when you look at all the sports, football, baseball, hockey for sure, there's a lot of conservatives, there's a lot of Republicans that play the sport, coach the sport, broadcast the sport. Now, if you want to argue the NBA is the party of Democrats, I'm on board with that. I think there's a lot of liberals in the National Basketball Association. But I don't even understand what's the point of even saying that. Like, because Tim Walz was an assistant football coach? I don't understand that. Sean Ferris, your thoughts, because you're a Jets fan and you come from a state that is certainly a blue state.
Well, first of all, let's go into an NFL locker room, okay? Democrats, and let's talk about toxic masculinity, shall we?
Ooh,
okay? I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Why don't we walk in? Why don't we talk to J.J. Watt about why him celebrating sacking the quarterback is toxic masculinity? Why don't we talk about all these guys who are in these rigorous workout routines and are doing these grueling activities day in and day out? Why don't we talk about toxic masculinity? How about men in women's sports? Let's do that in the NFL too. Let's talk about all those policies, right? The NFL as an organization has definitely leaned left, but that does not make the Democrat Party the party of football. The whole everything they stand for, you do that in an NFL locker room, and you're going to get mocked. That's the point. You start talking about equity and everybody has to go, everybody winds up in the same place. What is every game supposed to end in a tie? I mean, are we serious with this? It is a competition. It is a sport. Merit is rewarded in that game, in that sport. And by the way, in all sports, it's rewarded, except maybe in soccer, which I call foot fairies, which, by the way, I will say this. You look at the wussification of the United Kingdom. It starts with the game they play on the pitch, they call it, right? Where you got these people flopping around like they've been shot.
Yes.
You know what? Donald Trump. No, listen to this. Donald Trump was actually shot, and he didn't even flop as much as some of these idiots on the soccer pitch. Okay, so I don't even want to hear it. Now, that's going to get me in trouble. People are going to be like,
the soccer fan in the audience is livid right now with you.
You want to talk about a cult? Whenever I talk about soccer, and I'm like, it's a stupid sport. It's the most popular sport worldwide. Well, then we live in a stupid world, okay? Because I'll tell you that. Look, that's just my beef with the game. I hate it. You know what it is? Insomnia. If I have to, so like take magnesium, take melatonin, or just watch the English Premier League. You'll fall asleep quickly. No. If you go in an NFL locker room and you start preaching the messaging that comes out of the Democrat Party, look, watch what happens to you. You will not be thinking the Democrats are the party of football. Yeah. The NFL absolutely leaned left. They went woke with the BLM and the kneeling and all the. But the party of football, the Democrat Party, I don't think so.
Yeah, and Dawn, your boys play football, and your boys are not raised in a liberal household. I mean, you look at all the owners in the NFL, most of them are conservative. And honestly, I think if you polled every single player anonymously, are you Democrat or Republican, it would be much closer than Pablo Torre's leading people to believe on Morning Joe.
It's so true.
Right?
Yeah, first of all, somebody who says that football is like the Democrats or has gone Democrat doesn't know football. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because that's just not true.
Yep.
Number one. Number two, I don't know. There's just so much hate on that show on Morning Mika. I'm going to just start calling it Morning Mika. Because Joe used to, I just have to remind you, used to be that Republican Congress member from North Florida. Mm-hmm. And has forgotten who I guess he was, sold out, whatever. Mm-hmm. But that show, they should have a sign that says hate is always home here.
Right.
They're just the hater show.
It's such an angry show.
Yeah.
And they just spew the left-wing talking points. It's like they get the email and they just regurgitate it. Thank God I'm on the air and I don't have to watch that. Even if I was off the air, I wouldn't watch that. So that's a good thing. But let's get to the fallout. I said earlier, Trump and Bobby on Friday, they wiped Kamala right off the front page, right? Off the newspapers, off the television stations, off of websites. I mean, think about it. In a 24-hour stretch, she gave an uninspiring speech with no policy. They led the media on to believe there was this big guest. Is it Beyonce? Is it George W. Bush? Is it Taylor Swift? It was all a lie just to get you to stay tuned in for Kamala up until they went off the air. And less than 24 hours later, Trump steals the football and runs the other way for a touchdown with Bobby Kennedy high-stepping into the end zone. And the New York Times on Friday wrote that joy is not a strategy. We'll get into that. But first, Jon Stewart, of all places, a little montage. This is clip 3, boys, where even on the Jon Stewart Daily Show, they are mocking how everybody was uttering the same word over and over at the DNC. It was joy. Here is clip number 3.
But really, it's best not to think about the consequences of our actions over there, especially given the theme of the week.
I can feel the excitement in this arena. It's filled with energy and with joy.
The air of joy.
Joy. Joy. Joy.
We will be joyful warriors. The president of joy. Let us choose joy.
Yes. Yes, yes. Oh, it was joyful. For a convention.
Dawn, it's so nauseating to see that. For those not watching, there was Bill Clinton, there was Oprah, there was Cory Booker, there was Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know if that was Jessica Tarlov in the beginning, but somebody that looked like Jessica Tarlov. And, I think the New York Times, and they took a shot here at Kamala by saying joy and hope and change. That's not a strategy. And there's two things that I take away from when I read that column. Number one, they really did try to paint it last week as if we're living in a Trump administration. Like, no, this is the Biden-Harris administration. You've had 3 years and 10 months to give us change. You've had 12 of the last 16 years of Democrat control at the White House to give us change. And yes, joy is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. And this is not to trigger anybody that's religious, because I'm religious as well. Hope, faith, all of that stuff is great. It uplifts you. It motivates you. But at the end of the day, you need something substantive. I'll say that one more time. Substantive to create change. Just walking around with a smile on your face doesn't fix broken policies, doesn't fix an economy, doesn't fix a border. I'm sorry, joy's a part of the equation, but it can't be your whole platform. And it's just pathetic that that's what they're running on right now. For four straight days, Dawn, all they tried to do was say, we're the happy party.
Yeah.
Well, I got news for you. I'm not happy that I'm broke right now. Okay, and I want change, damn it.
Yeah, if you think about it, it's really insensitive. I know that they're trying to I guess they're trying to just make everybody think that Kamala Harris is somebody new. She hasn't been the VP in office, and I think they're trying to recreate the Obama or an Obama-esque type campaign where President, Obama, when he was a candidate, he was young, he was a fresh face, and it was all about hope and change. But the thing is, he really was a newcomer. He hadn't been in office at that point for 4 years, or nearly 4 years.
Yeah, and Sean, this is interesting because you say orange man bad. What they're trying to do is compare and contrast. They're saying Kamala is the let's put a smile on everybody's faces candidate, and Trump is the mean tweets, always ranting and raving president, which is really remarkable. If Kamala Harris was such a joy to be around, would she have a 93% turnover rate with her staff? Probably not.
And here's the thing, right? There is a saying like the best businesses are always hiring. So there is turnover because you're always trying to upgrade at every position. But 93%, no. And the fact that she's been historically unpopular for 3.5 years until 35 days ago. And now we love her. Again, Van Jones said it best. She went from cringe to cool in 24 hours. That is not normal. Okay, that's not how normal people behave. That's not we can't just flip a switch and go, oh, I love this woman now, even though I hated her yesterday because the media told me she's joyful. All right, and that every time she cackles, it's not that she's awkward and weird; it's that she's happy. Look, if you really are a joyous, happy, bubbly, people gravitate towards you personality, you wouldn't have to stage buying a bag of chips in a gas station, okay? You wouldn't have to do it twice. Dougie, look, you got my Doritos. Then you have, horse face. No, that's the wrong guy. But Tim Walz over the top because he did something with a horse. I don't know what that's about, but something happened. All right, Secretariat Whistleblower is going to come out and say this guy. But, you don't have to stage a woman buying chips. When Donald Trump walks into a Cuban cafe, they sing him happy birthday. That wasn't staged. Nope. He walks into a McDonald's or a Waffle House or a pizza place and starts buying pizzas, handing them out to the firefighters. That's not staged. Why? He's a normal guy. He's a normal person. But Kamala Harris can't walk into a gas station and buy Doritos without a script. This isn't joy. This is them trying to say, yeah, that cackling problem she has, we're rebranding that as a good thing. Yeah, and this is why she's hiding from the press. When you are proud of something, Nick, you're a parent, right? Your kid comes home from school with a good grade. You don't hide it. You put it on the fridge,
yeah, of
right?
Course, yes.
You get the bumper sticker. I am the parent of an honor roll student. We've all seen them, right? You buy a new car, you buy a house, you show it to people. If you're not proud of something, you hide it. You got a bad tattoo?
Yep.
You don't let people see that arm.
No.
You always wear the long sleeves, right?
Uh-huh.
You hide things you're not proud of. So they're hiding her. They're not proud of her. And they're trying to say, well, it's because she's so joyful. If she's so joyful, let the people see her.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
You can't just run on, well, I'm smiling, so vote for me.
Yeah.
No, stop.
You're absolutely right. It's interesting. I was thinking about when I was living with my parents before they got divorced. My parents got divorced when I was about 10. And I remember my mom's brother, my Uncle Tim, he was always kind of like the cool, uncle, right? Like, and my mom was very strict, by the book, fun to be around. But my Uncle Tim was full of joy. And he was like, what I think they're trying to do is they're trying to paint Kamala not only in opposition to Trump, but also the polar opposite to Joe, right? Because Joe was old and stodgy and incoherent, but he would ramble, he would yell, he would shout and get enraged. We'd have those moments where he would raise his voice. So it's almost like, hey, you want to get away from mom and dad, and you have that aunt or uncle that's really cool and upbeat, and they'll let you buy things, and you take them to, you throw your shoes as soon as you walk in the house on the, and just, it's basically, they want to make her look like the cool family member, except every metric we've ever seen up until her installment showed that she doesn't resonate with Americans, right? Like, they want you to think she's Oprah or Michelle Obama. She's not even close to those two. And I'm just talking pure personality-wise, right? Like Michelle Obama, it's like she just dropped down from the heavens. And we've seen these ridiculous odds over the years. Will Oprah run for president? Well, she's a 250-1 long shot. They wish the narrative existed with her like it does with these other women. It just doesn't, though. All right. Let me get to Carville here. This is great. And I think if you're a Trump supporter, you're going to like this one. Clip number 4, boys. James Carville was on with Bill Maher on Friday night. I think he had a roundtable of Carville. I think Caitlin Collins was on it as well. But from a polling standpoint, this is very good news for Trump. And this is not factored in with RFK Jr. yet. I don't think any polls are factored in yet with Bobby. As soon as they come out, we will get to those. But clip number 4 on how Trump typically does well later in the calendar and why August is for Democrats. Clip 4, here's Carville.
James, how much faith are you putting in polls that show Harris is ahead in key states and nationwide?
So let me say this. August is a great Democratic month. We hell on wheels come August, okay? You remember what George Steinbrenner said about Dave Winfield? He called him Mr. May. The idea is to be good in November. And I tell Democrats some caution here. First of all, most quants say we have to win by 3 in the popular vote to win the Electoral College. So when you see a poll that says we 2 up, well, that's actually you're 1 down if the poll is correct.
Yeah, you lose.
The other thing is Trump traditionally, when he's on the ballot, chronically underpolls. All right? And so they came back late in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in 2020, and it showed Biden winning these states 7, 8 points.
Underpolls meaning Trump's going to do better than the polling shows?
I'm saying
because
traditionally, he underpolls. Traditionally.
Means he's going to do better in the election because people are too ashamed to tell a pollster they're going to vote for.
I don't know, but I'm just saying traditionally with Trump on the ballot, just telling the Democrats, they said, oh, James and Debbie down. Oh, what's he talking about? Well, I'm not just telling you, you got to win by 3.
So I think Carville makes a really good point. And if you look at the numbers where Trump has been historically in August, the last 2 elections, and Dawn, you lived this when you were doing, the show with Rich in 16 and 20. He was down, 7, 8 points with Hillary. He was down 7 or 8 points in 2020 in the pandemic year with Biden. And even if he's down 1.5 points to Harris, he is in much better shape. And this is a guy who in 16 got 62 million votes. In 20, he got 74 million votes. He went up 12 million more votes. And I've said this from day one. I think he's going to eclipse more than 74 million votes this time around as well, especially after 4 years of poor Democrats in office. So from a polling standpoint, you got to feel good where Trump is at. And that's before Bobby, Dawn.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will say, I'll never forget this. It was the day before the election. Zioli was like a dad, in the hospital ward, when your wife is pregnant and you're all worried. He was just wringing his hands. He was so nervous. I said to him, "You're like a father in the maternity ward out in the waiting room or with your wife, whatever. Like you're just panicked here.
Anxiety's out of control, right?"
He was. Yeah. And we're walking through Old City and all of the Hillary supporters. It was a free Springsteen concert that was being set up, and I said to him, look around here and think about the contrast to what we see when there's a Trump rally. First of all, the people who were here in Philadelphia were not Philadelphia. I live in the city of Philadelphia. They were like busing people in from wherever. They were white suburbanite milquetoast people standing around, looking at their watch, looking at their phone. They were not excited. They were not fired up. So they were either bussed in by the Democrats and or they were here to see Springsteen. at a free concert. They were not excited about Hillary. And that really convinced me just that night. And I said, Trump's going to win. He's got this.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is then for moving forward, see, Trump had a surprise win. Nobody expected him to win.
Yeah.
The problem that I worry about even now is what about the issue of election integrity?
Mm-hmm.
Because now they're ready for him, and they know that he underpolls.
Yep.
And so what are they going to poll next?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right. Sean, interesting thoughts from Carville. He's been doing it for a long time. He knows the way the polling works. So you got to feel good. And I got to imagine that once these polls come out with RFK factored in, I think you're going to see Trump's small deficits become coin flips. His coin flips become small advantages. His small advantages become outside of the margin of error advantages. Would you agree?
I do. I don't know if the polling is ever going to shift that far, just because there's an agenda, I think, that's being pushed with the polling. And I like polling. I like to dive into the crosstabs. I geek out over some of the minute data and details in the polls. You know, it's interesting when you say like, they're oversampling Democrats, but then you go even further. Are they polling male Democrats? Are they polling female Democrats? Are they polling urban Democrats or rural Democrats? Because those types of Dems, they all vote differently, right? So the polling, there's an agenda. There's a reason why, you know, immediately after Harris was named the nominee, new polls came out. Oh, look at all this enthusiasm, even though she hadn't even hit the road yet, gotten on the campaign trail. You know, they're manufacturing an entire storyline here. But when you have Carville basically saying that, yeah, every time Donald Trump is on the ballot, he outpolls, you know, the numbers that they show him. You know, it does feel good because it was Carville back before Biden's debate, you know, disaster. But for a few months, you know, basically kind of spelling doom and gloom, like, hey, we don't really got this. I know we don't like Trump, but there's a lot of people who do. And, you know, there's the silent Trump voter. And again, you know, when it comes to the RFK effect, it's not just the 5% of people that, you know, answered polls that said they were voting for him. It's the folks outside. It's the ripple effect of a Kennedy, the perception, the optics of a Kennedy endorsing a Republican. It's the fact that if there are more disaffected, disenfranchised Democrats that come out and support Donald Trump that don't answer polls, or maybe they're low propensity voters, but they understand that the stakes of this race, that are going to come out and vote for Trump with 15 clothespins on their nose in a hazmat suit, but they're going to do it anyway because they don't want to become a communist country. You know, those people aren't going to be picked up by pollsters, but they're going to vote. We hope. And it's our job to either reach them or reach the people who can reach them. And I think Carville kind of feels that. I think he kind of understands that. And I think that, again, as we said, I think it was in the first hour, that's the missing element of the RFK effect that everybody is going to miss. But the grassroots, if you've worked down, you know, you guys deal with Trump Force 47 over in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of good stuff going on down there.
Yeah, Dawn lives there.
Yeah.
Dawn's got a bedroom there.
When you have these conversations with people at the grassroots level, you will get a much better feel for how this race is shaping out than just looking into polling. So I think, you know, you should feel good, but not comfortable. You know, campaign like you're 10 points down, but you should feel good.
All right, let's get to RFK and hear a little bit from Bobby. This is clip 10, boys, where RFK says it's not just enough to do the endorsement. He's going to be actively campaigning with and for Donald Trump. Take a listen. Clip number 10, RFK, on what he plans to do in the next 70 days or so.
Campaigning actively, I think President Trump is going to make a series of announcements about other Democrats who are joining his campaign. And, you know, I want to make America healthy again, and so does President Trump. So those are objectives. You know, the Wall Street Journal may be worried about shareholder value for pharmaceutical companies, and I think, you know, I talked specifically to President Trump about that issue, and he said that he wanted to leave as his legacy healthy children, and that, you know, that that he was unconcerned about the other implications.
So that was RFK on yesterday's Shannon Bream show Sunday on Fox News. It just seems to me, and Sean, I'll start with you, that if you're looking for a role for Kennedy, I think we talked a little bit about this on Thursday and Friday's show. I think I even asked you, where you would slot him in. CIA stuff would be interesting, probably a pipe dream. But something with Big Pharma, something with the environment. You've heard him say, Maha, make America healthy again. I do think it's going to be in that sector. And I'm glad that he's going to be on the campaign trail because we know Americans have short attention spans. And we also know that the mainstream media will move on from a story like they did with Trump on July 13th. Kennedy being in the spotlight with Trump will not allow, I think, Americans to forget that monumental day from just 3 days ago on Friday.
No, and he came out to a bigger audience pop than Stone Cold Steve Austin. The place erupted. I could have muted the TV and heard the crowd eruption all the way here in Tennessee from Arizona. So, HHS has been something that's been thrown around, Health and Human Services. That's a good place to start.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to be careful. He does disagree with us on a bunch of things, and that's okay. Again, that's fine. That's healthy. We can have discussions. This is what America is. But we don't want to, and I'm not suggesting that he would do something like this, but we don't want anybody who's going to undermine, Agenda 47. That's what Donald Trump is running on. But I think if you put him in a position where he's in charge of health, right, or he's in charge of going after Big Pharma, I have no problem with make America healthy again. 40%. Could you imagine of people aged 15 or higher in the United States are classified as obese?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
It is.
Okay. The standard American diet is a disaster. And then you look at all the chronic health issues. I cannot believe it. I understand science has evolved and we can pick up on more things. We've had this discussion about the NFL. Is the game becoming more violent? Why are there more concussions? Or are we just catching more of them? Right. And maybe it's a mix of both. But men are being strong. They're becoming bigger, stronger, field turf. They move quicker. I get all of this. But the chronic disease thing, I think there may be two angles, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe they're coming up with diseases to give people so that they can shove medicines down their throat and sell their products. That's always a factor we have to think. But what is causing this outbreak of the childhood issues, the autism, et cetera?
Yeah.
I don't know. But something I think is going on.
Well, if you look at the amount of vaccines that kids get today compared to 1986, I mean, it's 20-fold stronger as far as the amount of shots these little babies are getting. It's unbelievable.
You hear about heavy metals and stuff in there too. Like, it's insane. But, something's going on. Something's happening with the food. You're hearing about these new, it's called a peel, where it keeps fruits and vegetables from rotting. What is it? And what does that do to your body? We need to know.
Dawn, jump in here because I know the health and the grocery shopping and the food stuff is right up your alley.
Yeah, I just, I don't know if he didn't really talk as much, I think, and that was wise about the whole controversial vaccine issue, because RFK Jr. has said himself, hey, we're all vaccinated. Our kids have the immunizations like polio. I think he's been critical of some of the RNA, those newer so-called shots that are not an immunization. But I think his skill set, he's an environmental attorney. And when he looks at the food processing, so it's the high heat that makes our food have the crunch, the chips, that sort of thing, the fast food industry. And only we do this in America. Even if you notice, you can buy real Mexican Coke. Did you know, like in the bottle, the old school bottle?
Oh, yeah.
So you can ask for Mexican Coke that has real sugar and not all the corn syrup. Just for example, other countries in Europe, they don't even know what you're talking about because they have the original stuff.
Yeah.
That has real sugar, not the high heat processing, and not all the chemicals. And so all these chemicals, other countries around the world, especially Europe, they ban all of this stuff.
But don't you feel like we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to these, these things that, I'm trying to think of the word. My God, I'm drawing a blank on the pesticides and the other stuff that keeps food, fresh for longer. Because I was thinking about this. Like, it's very expensive in certain spots at times, depending on what you shop for and buy, to eat healthy and to eat organic. Like, just you look at the bananas, right? Organic bananas more expensive than regular bananas, and they also go and they rot away quicker. So do you feel like especially in this economy with Bidenomics, that it's very difficult to eat clean and healthy? Because even in normal times, the clean living costs more, but now to even eat like a slob, like a 19-year-old in college, is 25% more than it used to be. So how do you pull this off?
Culture. I think it's our American culture, and other countries. Just for example, when we were, thank you, Conservative Tours and Ken Chase, but when we were in Italy, there were so many people at the different wineries and the farmers and just along the way who would say the reason that they don't even have to-go food in other countries like we have. We're this fast food society. We eat in the car. That's bad right off the bat. Take a moment for yourself. Food is medicine, and ancient cultures have known that. For Americans, this culture has been created. That's what RFK Jr. was saying. I never knew that. He was saying that they were the tobacco company people who maybe in the 70s, when people started realizing that cigarettes weren't as healthy, and they went into the food industry. And so you think of the advertisements about the crunch, about, hey, this is to go. But just think about this. I remember one woman, and she was at a winery. Okay, she has no skin in this game in Italy. She just said, hey, you Americans, just think about this. When you buy something and it's in a plastic bottle and there's an expiration date, the product is not what expires. Think of bottled water, olive oil, whatever you're buying in America. She said it's the plastic bottle, because that plastic starts to leach into whatever it is. And then you're drinking. That's what she had said at the time. I was like, I never thought about that.
No,
the
I never knew
expiration
that.
is not of the good. So in other countries, for example, you think of your milk carton that comes in either like that kind of heavy-duty cardboard that's the wax, you know what I mean, or a glass.
Right.
That's what other countries do.
Yeah.
They don't have everything in plastic. And isn't it ironic that it's so annoying, and we've talked about this, that you go anywhere to the grocery store and they say, oh, you can't have a plastic bag. And my husband always has to say this every time if we're together. He's like, okay, we don't have a plastic bag to put all the goods that are all in plastic.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Plastic for thee, but not for me.
So
Well, it's like
right?
but they banned the plastic straw.
Yeah.
Right. But they gave you a plastic cup.
By the way, paper straws suck, by the way. Has anybody had a paper straw? They're atrocious.
Might as well suck your drink through a tissue. I mean, it's disgusting.
I agree.
The organic thing, though, and this is the FDA. You may know more about this, but doesn't the FDA don't they set the standards for what could be considered organic? So doesn't it? I don't want to call it all a wash, because I would argue that it's probably better for you. But they say it can't contain certain pesticides, but they still contain. I mean, you got to keep the bugs off of it somehow, right? And the last thing I'll say is I do the keto diet a lot. I think it's fun. It's not for everybody, but it's cool for me. It helps with my headaches, and I feel great when I do it. But one of the most addicting substances in the world is sugar. That process, not the stuff that's in fruits necessarily, but that stuff is more addictive, and it's more deadly and can cause even bigger problems than a lot of drugs. I'm not saying to go do drugs instead of eating sugar. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what Hunter Biden did.
But he snorted Parmesan cheese too. So I don't know. But it's one of those things where, the carbs, I call it big bread. No, but it's true. Yeah. They tell you to eat all this bread and, stay away from fats. But fats are some of the healthiest things you can have if it's the right stuff. So, it's just, look, moderation, be smart.
Yep.
But I like the idea Kennedy has of making America healthy. The dude's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
You could either have that, right? I said this. I put this up the other day. I said you could either have the man who is in shape or the man who is insane, Rachel Levine. Okay? What do you want? I want the guy who knows what gender he is, who could bench press a monster truck, not the cross-dressing weirdo. Okay? That's what I'm
do you remember the stretch we had about a year ago when everybody was doing their physical activities? Bobby Kennedy looked like he was doing push-ups and bench press at a prison gym out on the deck. Vivek was playing tennis. All these people were trying to show off their fitness because, they were trying to show that Joe's old and out of shape and, Trump's getting older. This was during the primary season. But I mean, you look at Trump. I mean, think about the athletic ability, and people are going to say, "Oh, Trump's not athletic." My keister, he's not. Have you ever seen Trump play golf? Have you ever seen Trump swing? I mean, it's not the
that
prettiest
swing is
thing,
a mess,
but it's
by the way.
effective.
But
he's a hell of a golfer at 78 years old.
He's a great golfer, but that swing, and you look at the way he, like the torque on that man's body.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, how is he good with that swing?
I will
but
say
he's great.
this,
He's a great golfer.
He's got more torque and flexibility in his golf swing and the backswing than I do, and he's got me by 38 years and probably about 30 pounds. Yeah, so shows my flexibility and how limited it is. All right, speaking of Trump, let's continue with RFK Jr. This is clip number 9 as Kennedy announces that more Democrats are on the way to team up with Trump, and a series of announcements are soon to be released. Clip number 9, let's listen and watch this.
President Trump is going to make a series of announcements about other Democrats who are joining his campaign, and I want to make America healthy again, and so does President Trump.
So let's. I know we speculated a little bit on this, maybe around 6:30, 6:40 this morning. So as soon as I saw that clip yesterday on social media, I started immediately having my brain race. I'm thinking, all right, well, who would be bigger than Bobby Kennedy? Politically, I can't come up with a name as far as a current Democrat in office, whether that's the House or the Senate. I mean, there's a few moderate Democrats out there, but nobody that's going to be announcing worthy. You got like a Ro Khanna out in California. So I don't think it's anybody in office. Is it a former Democrat from office? Perhaps. The name Joe Rogan comes to mind. I mean, I think if you're going to announce this and say that there's more announcements coming, they have to be something that carry a little bit of punch. And beyond Rogan, I can't come up with one. I'm not sure if either of you have any thoughts racing through your head, Sean or Dawn, if you have any names that you want to possibly throw out. I mean, Tulsi, Elon, and RFK is about as big as you can do, unless I'm missing somebody.
Manchin, he's not big, but he appeals to moderates.
That's true.
Somebody, I actually posted this on X a few hours ago. I said, who do you think it would be? Somebody raised a very interesting, and it's not going to be this, but imagine if it was Bernie Sanders.
No,
because he was the
he's been
spokesman.
disaffected. But he was a he spoke at the DNC too.
Yeah, but
we are not going back.
Yeah, right.
It's not going to be Bernie because Kamala in the basement, the proverbial basement, or, the symbolic basement. So he was the guy who the Democrats put out over the weekend.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll be a Bernie.
Okay.
And then
Rogan makes the most sense.
And then does I don't see Bill Maher, somebody like that. I don't see him.
No, because as much as he hates the far left, he hates Trump as well. I'm trying to think in the media podcast influencer category. You've got guys like Logan Paul. You've got Theo Vaughn, which we played you that interview. Which, by the way, again, it's worth reiterating as she's sitting away, hiding on vacation or doing whatever she's doing. Like Trump sat down for 2 hours with Elon Musk, Theo Vaughn, uninterrupted, no commercials, just conversation. And she can't do 11 minutes with, Poopanopolis or Kristen Welker. I mean, it's really embarrassing. Trump is 78, 18 years older than her. And the criticism is, well, he rambles. Well, okay, but he still goes for 2 hours uninterrupted. Kamala Harris is word salading it 3 minutes into a 10-minute interview. She can't get to the finish line, Sean.
How about this name too, for terms of maybe someone mentioned maybe it'll be Democrats in the business world, because of
Jamie
the
Dimon.
corporate tax rate. What about like a Jeff Bezos? I mean, maybe not someone that big, but Jamie Dimon, Zuckerberg. These guys probably won't do it, but these are the names that may carry some weight. I don't think Jeff Bezos is going to influence anyone to vote or how they're going to vote. I think Rogan is the big one. And I don't like Joe Rogan. I'm not a fan of him. I don't think he's funny. I mean, that's fine. But I respect the hell out of the fact that he has a massive audience.
Mm-hmm.
He's worked hard to get to where he's at. He's got a wildly successful show. I just don't like, just like I don't like Taylor Swift, but she's successful. I can't say she's not successful. She's extremely successful. I think
he's already got Dana White in his corner, so it won't be him.
Yeah,
right.
I think Rogan is the one I think that people are thinking about, and he can sway hearts and minds.
Now, there have been a few hip-hop artists that have kind of flirted with
Snoop Dogg.
Trump endorsements. You got Snoop, 50 Cent. I'm trying to think. You said the business world. Nobody from, the NFL or the NBA is going to do that because they don't want to alienate half of their base. I mean, maybe somebody from professional wrestling, but you've already done the Hulk Hogan thing, so that's kind of run its course. You have Kid Rock. Tucker Carlson obviously is on your side to begin with, so I can't come up with one other than Rogan. But
Mike Francesa, I will back.
Yeah, I think he's already on Team Trump, if you're asking me. Just a guess.
But think about all the celebrities. Even last week they claimed Beyonce was going to be there. Beyonce was never there.
Oh,
but even in the past, have celebrity endorsements really mattered? And
no, it just kind of energizes the base, right?
Ask Hillary.
Well,
yeah, right. But
it didn't help her.
But I do think a Jamie Dimon character or somebody in the banking world, people in different industries, and then you think about the union vote and who influences the union vote, because that's obviously in play.
Yep.
So, and are there different people who are superstars within the environmental movement, within the clean food movement? So will those kinds of influencers, maybe not a celebrity that you think of as a Beyonce or a Taylor Swift, but somebody who's that influencer who can influence a tiny sliver of that margin that we're talking about that wins an election?
Well, see, that's what scares me about the whole Taylor Swift thing. And I know the audience will start yelling because they don't want to hear about Taylor Swift. But I mean, if I recall correctly, and if I'm getting the numbers wrong, somebody feel free to tweet me and correct me, because God knows you love to correct me. Didn't Taylor Swift register 30,000 Democrats in one day through a social media post?
Yeah.
That's why I'm really hoping she stays out of it. I mean, I know she got involved in 2020. Like, I'm hoping she just lays low. And there's actually been a lot of people that have laid low this time around. I think in part because they know Biden and Harris are indefensible after the last 4 years, and they probably have buyer's remorse. But I hope she doesn't come out with any political statements, because the following she has is so massive. And 30,000 votes, I mean, you sit there and say, oh, that's in a nation of 340 million. Yeah, but 30,000 votes could determine Pennsylvania.
She doesn't. The truth is, though, in the elections, wasn't there one in Tennessee, when she's gotten involved, her people, they might love to I love Taylor and I'm going to and I'm going to tweet about it, or I'm going to like her Insta account, but they don't really come out for the vote.
Yeah.
And so, good for her if she's saying, hey, are you registered? It's one thing to register to vote, because they probably were going to anyway, but it's quite another thing to get people excited and motivated and activated.
That's true. And to actually follow
I don't see her playing that motivator role right now. I think Taylor's just focused on being Taylor, and something that, and it's weird because, there was a poll, I think, when, the rumors were circulating about, oh, is she going to perform at the Super Bowl? And there were all these, this is one thing that really bothers me. A lot of people on our side of the aisle, they wake up, how I said, the left wakes up and they're like, okay, how much can I hate Trump today? A lot of folks on our side wake up and they look over their shoulder and they're like, oh, okay, is Taylor Swift going to hurt my candidate? Enough. We're giving her so much power. She's a singer and she's not even good. I don't think, I know a lot of people do think she's good. I don't think she's good. I've heard a million of her songs and I'm like, this is really just not me. It's not me. It's not for me.
Yeah.
But I'm not into the whole, I'm afraid of Taylor Swift thing. Right. And I get it because she has a big following. I understand that. But there was a poll that went out that said, 22% of people would vote for who she says, but 19% of people would vote against what she says. So it's a split. It's a split. And I think she's going to, I hope, and this is what I hope, she's smart about it. Do your music thing, right? You've got a great thing going. You don't have to dip your toe in the water. I'm a huge fan of Kenny Chesney's. Saw him in Nashville a couple weeks ago. He never makes political statements. He just goes, fills stadiums. We have a good time for a couple hours and we go home. He didn't post a black square on Instagram during the BLM riots. If you want to dive into who he follows on social media, figure out where he leans, go for it. I don't know. I don't care. He doesn't say it. I don't want him to do it. I look at him, the painter who's painting my house, I hire them to paint. I buy a ticket to go see Kenny Chesney to have a good time listening to music. And I think a lot of musicians are going to start to realize, like, hey, these politicians do nothing for me. They do nothing. They take my money. How are you going to be Taylor Swift and go and campaign for the party that wants to raise corporate tax rates from 21% to 28% and tax unrealized gains and all? What do they do for you? Nothing. The answer is nothing. So why would you go out there and help them? They're not going to help you. And that goes really for both sides, right? I would say these musicians, these artists are going to start to realize they have a niche in society, and they're very important in their niche. They don't need to get involved politically. Why alienate half your base? Michael Jordan says it. Republicans buy sneakers too. I think a lot of these celebrities are going to start to realize it, unless they also want to be political activists, and that's on them. But Taylor Swift does not strike me as a political activist. And I, for one, and I've been saying this for a while, like, she's going to show up at the DNC. She's going to show up at the Super Bowl. She's going to do this. She's going to do that. Why are we giving her all this power? She's a singer.
Yep.
That's it.
I agree. 2 more to get to, and then we'll wrap up the cut sheet for part 1 and get a Dawn Big 3 on the other side. I do want to get to Donald Trump, and I also want to get to J.D. Vance. Let's go to clip 17, boys. This was Trump when asked if he would like to see Elon Musk a part of his cabinet. Clip 17. Here's what 45 had to say.
I read that Elon Musk said that he would accept a position in your cabinet. Would that have to do with artificial intelligence?
So
if
Elon
you chose
and I
him?
have a great relationship. He's great. He is a totally unusual character. Do you know Elon at all?
I don't.
He's great. And he's smart. And we have to cherish our geniuses. We don't have too many of them, right? But he is a brilliant guy. And what he really would like to do is get involved in cutting some of the fat. And he does know how to do it. And he loves the country. It's just an amazing thing. We had a conversation the other day. You would know better than me, but I hear it had hundreds of millions of people. I heard it had the biggest audience that there's ever been. I mean, would you say that's a correct statement?
I would absolutely say
There's
that's
never been
correct.
anything even close. I heard 750 million people. I mean, numbers that are crazy. And he wants to be involved. Now, look, he's running big businesses and all that, so he can't really, I don't think he'd be for cabinet. I'd put him in the cabinet, absolutely, but I don't know how he could do that with all the things he's got going. But he can sort of, as the expression goes, consult with the country and give you some very good ideas. Like on AI, there's nobody knows more about it than Elon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big thing. And he said it's very important. I mean, it's very important for the country. If we don't do it, China's going to do it, or somebody else, but most likely China. And China is working right now to develop massive electricity, a massive flood of electricity. And we don't, because we have people that they're not even thinking about that.
Yeah.
And we have to win this election. This election November 5th will be the most important day, in my opinion, in the history of our country. Because if our country goes the wrong way with this election, I think this country is doomed.
He makes a lot of really good points there, and I don't think Elon Musk's ever going to be a cabinet member. A, it doesn't pay well, and B, it takes up a lot of time. But having him in your corner, having him as an advocate, maybe having him do something at an event certainly makes sense. But lost in all of this, with Elon Musk for a little bit, especially when he bought X and restored free speech and then endorsed Trump. And, of course, with everything that played out on Friday with RFK Jr. And I want to get both of your thoughts on this. I'm going to start with you, Dawn. Do you feel like J.D. Vance has become the forgotten man all of a sudden? Doesn't it just seem like that between Trump, RFK, and then even you throw in Elon Musk, that the vice president all of a sudden feels like third or fourth on the pecking order? I kind of feel bad for J.D. Vance because he's been really good so far, and we're going to hear from him in a moment, but he's become like an afterthought in the Trump administration a second time around. You get that feeling?
Well, I think that he's the Veep. He's where he should be. But I think out on the campaign trail, he will be and is effective. And, right now they're trying to hit him hard with the abortion issue because that's all they've got. They're saying he's a pro-life guy.
Yep.
And so the headlines continue around J.D. Vance and abortion. I don't think it's going to work because I think people are smart. They get it.
Yeah.
So I don't think that works necessarily, but I think he's in his right place. It takes the pressure off of him and lets him go across the country and campaign.
Sean, I feel like it's that meme that you see or that GIF that you use on social media of John Travolta when he walks into the room and he's looking around and there's nobody there. I kind of feel like that's J.D. Vance right now. People have put him on the back burner here.
Yeah, I'm with Dawn. Kind of, he's the VP. He's kind of supplemental, and he's never been like the hype guy, right? Like he's not going to go out there and be flashy, but he's very articulate and he's very direct. He's very to the point. He's very calculated, and I think this is actually a really good position for him to be in because he can work his magic. He can go ahead and give those really good interviews. He's not going to go out there and and get a pop like RFK, but it's also, he's a Republican on a Republican ticket, right? So, yeah, is he being forgotten? I don't know. Maybe it's a strategy to kind of get the whole weird thing out of the news cycle and kind of refresh him.
Yeah.
And, not that he needs to be rebranded. I think he's great, but the media did a number on him. So they've kind of, done what the left does a little bit, right? They kind of put somebody else in front of the cameras for a minute, let him operate under the shadows, kind of get his feel. And then, maybe in a month or so, or a couple of weeks, he's back out there, but he's been out campaigning hard. But you're not voting for the VP, right? You're voting for the man on the, at the top of the ticket. People aren't voting for Tim Walz. And if they are, my gosh, I pray
no,
for
we're
them.
doomed. Yeah.
But,
we're screwed. If that's
man.
the case.
Yeah. People are voting for that guy. I mean, yeah, that's, you know what I think? Tim Walz is Howard Dean on cocaine. That's what he reminds me of. But he's the inflatable, he's the guy. There's a sale at the car dealership. That guy, that's the inflatable waving tube man. Or whatever they say on Family Guy. So, no, I hear what you're saying about Vance.
He does look like the general sales manager of a used Ford lot, like in the middle of America, right? He is.
Yeah,
that
well,
guy.
he's the inflatable thing that wants people to come in. He's flailing all over, and he's like, "Whoa, look at me! I got Doritos!" Like it's
embarrassing. Speaking of J.D. Vance, let's wrap with him. He was on the Sunday shows yesterday, I think notably with Kristen Welker of NBC. I'd like to think in a sane, rational, logical world, which we don't live in, by the way, anymore, that it's about the economy, stupid, right? Clip number 12, here's J.D. Vance and Kristen Welker on Donald Trump's economic platform.
Now, the estimates vary, but how do you respond to that charge that Trump's tariffs would hurt the middle class?
Yeah, so if you step back a little bit, Kristen, there's this whole thing that Kamala Harris did at the convention where she made a bunch of claims about what would happen and not enough actually reflection on what already happened, right? Because Donald Trump was already president. He used tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs back to our country, and I think he'll do it again. And he did it while keeping prices extremely low. Because if you go back to the Trump presidency, we had 12,000 factories that were built during Donald Trump's presidency. Inflation never really ticked above 2% his entire administration. In fact, was sort of around 1.5% most of the time that he was president. So when Kamala Harris says, if we do the thing that Trump already did, it's going to be way worse than it was last time, I just don't think that makes a lot of sense.
So to me, it's very simple. Anytime, and I know they got a little contentious on some other topics with Vance and Welker, which, by the way, it's so annoying. If J.D. Vance really wanted to debate, let's trot out Tim Walz. We don't have to wait until October 1st. I love how we always have to debate with these left-wing interviewers. Like, you can't just ask the question and get out of the way. If you want to give me a follow-up, that's fine. But, like, I'm not here to debate another journalist on policy. To me, it's real simple. Nobody has decimated the middle class more than the Biden-Harris administration. So they can talk about all these tax cuts for billionaires, but you hit them back with, Sean, just this past week, 818,000 jobs that we were told in March and April of 2024 that existed. We find out in August they were phantom jobs. You just dunk on them with basic facts, and they'll have no rebuttal for you. This should not be a complicated, and I'm not criticizing J.D. Vance. I'm just saying it's as simple as ABC when they bring up the economy.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the policies. You look again, the economy, the cost of food, the cost of everything, literally everything, more expensive. Again, I watched the Reagan movie last night. Amazing. And one of the parallels that they draw is when Ronald Reagan in one of his first debates says, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" I'm sitting in the movie theater and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the same campaign, but they didn't have, election rigging and a biased mainstream media. If it wasn't like this. back when Reagan ran, for his for president for the first time. But when you look at these jobs, right, the 818,000 jobs that they were walking around pounding their chest, look at us, we brought all this done, right? Mm-hmm. And this is what they do. They do this with a lot of these things. They will float a story out. They will act as if it's true. And then, a certain amount of time goes by, and then they go, oh, yeah, well, it did come from a lab. Oh, yeah, the kids didn't actually. But, yeah, we got bigger fish to fry now. We're still. That's what they do. They do it all the time. Usually the first thing that the left tells you, that's usually the lie. And you wait about 3 or 4 weeks, let it distill, and then you find out the truth. It's scary. It's very Orwellian. It's very scary.
Yes. All right, we'll come back, put a bow on the 8 o'clock hour, and then we will get to Dawn's Big Three right off the top at 9 o'clock. And also coming up in the 9 o'clock hour after the Big Three, masculinity. It is on the ballot this year. And by the way, have you ever looked at Doug Emhoff and said he's a modern-day sex symbol? The Washington Post believes that he is. We'll get to that story as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, I wonder who we're playing this for. Not for Greg Stocker. Conveniently, Linda Kearns handling our playlist today. So we decided to work in a little Elvis. Henry coming in here and telling me during the break that if Stocker's awake and maybe peeking in on the show while he's on vacation, he probably tuned it right back out. Nice work out of Linda Kearns. All right, here's what we got coming up, 9 o'clock hour. On the other side, Dawn will have a big three, and then we have to get to masculinity being on the ballot. Kind of an interesting battle that Democrats are trying to fight here. I don't understand what they're trying to achieve, and I don't think it's going to work. Also, the Washington Post, once proud newspaper that now decides to write op-eds about the vice president's husband being a sex symbol. We're going to get to that as we continue as well. So stick around. Big 9 o'clock hour is on the way. Big three coming up next. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking specifically about Piazza Acura in Westchester. As a Acura owner myself from 2013 through 2023, I always enjoyed my little Acura ILX. It was great on gas. I got over 200,000 miles out of it in 10 years. But then I drove the Integra, the 2024 Acura Integra, and I was blown away by it. I couldn't afford it back in the day, but having test driven that thing, my God, what a vehicle. And the merit is justified. It's the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. And it comes with all sorts of quality features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. And Acura's that sweet spot, right? Maybe you can't do Mercedes or some of the high-end luxury vehicles like Jaguar or Range Rover or Land Rover, but you want something a little bit above a Honda or a Mazda. Acura is your home. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra today in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show and meet Ike Reese.
Archbishop Wood basketball team, it's your boy Ike Reese.
That's Conklin at Wood, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
It's another City Connect Friday night at the Bank on August 30th at 6:40 when the Phils battle the Braves. CBP is the place to be. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Don't miss the final home weekend of the regular season when the Mets visit Philly on Friday, September 13th at 6:40, Saturday, September 14th at 4:05, and Sunday, September 15th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories, trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Baby left me. Will I find a new place to dwell? Well, it's down at the end of Lonely Street, that heartbreak hotel where I'll be just a lonely baby.
Kayal and Company, 902. We never leave you lonely, although I apologize for leaving you with so many commercials. We had to pay the bills, folks. It's the way it works around here. We are for profit. 855-839-1210. A lot coming up here in the final hour of today's show. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in just about 17 minutes. And I know we have some thoughts on this Washington Post op-ed for Doug Emhoff. Very pathetic column, in my opinion. Also, masculinity on the ballot this year, apparently. We'll get to that story as well. But before all of that, let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Discover Lancaster this morning. When we think about 3 years ago today, and that's really taking center focus as commemorations for America's military heroes, patriots, as today marks 3 years since the August 26, 2021 suicide bombing at Abbey Gate, which of course killed 13 American service members and more than 100 Afghans. The Islamic State terror group claimed responsibility for that terror attack. And we know that former President Donald J. Trump is scheduled to lay a wreath at Arlington. He is there right now, Arlington National Cemetery, to pay his respects to the service members killed in the bombing. And Trump then heads to Michigan, where he will address the National Guard Association. That'll be later today, the National Guard Association of the United States conference. Of course, Trump has tied President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to the chaotic Afghanistan war withdrawal that happened 3 years ago today. I will say that the White House did this morning release a statement and acknowledging the 13 American service members killed: Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, Marine Corps Sergeant Yohani Picardo, Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole Gee, Marine Corporal Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, as well as Dagan Page, Marine Corps Corporal Humberto Sanchez, Marine Corps Lance Corporal David Espinoza, as well as Jared Schmitz, and Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Dylan Marola, as well as Kareem Niku, Navy Petty Officer, 3rd Class Maxton Soviak, and Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Naus. It's important to say that we've not heard, to my knowledge, Biden or Harris speak their names, the 13 names. We saw during the RNC, I mean, it was heart-wrenching when the Gold Star families came out and talked about that. But this was an important step that the White House this morning did put out quite a beautiful statement about the 13 Americans, as well as many others wounded.
Well, they do have blood on their hands. This is their disaster. This is their withdrawal. They were in office for 7 months when August of 2021 and Abbey-gate occurred. And, you know, it's just, I'm glad that you said their 13 names there, and that's why I didn't want to interrupt you. But, I mean, when we talk about what's going on right now, you've got more strikes in Israel between Israel and Hezbollah. Joe is on another vacation. He just vacationed in California. He's vacationing in Delaware. Kamala's only focused on running for president. I mean, the Middle East right now is an unmitigated disaster. Who's running the country right now? It's like we have our top two commanders, 1 and 2, with separate agendas. One's on vacation and the other's campaigning. Who's running the day-to-day operations right now? That's what I would like to know.
It's a good question, and with so much military news happening around the world, with it, as you alluded to, Nick, with the crises, in the Middle East, and that again, it looked like after the weekend back and forth, now they're back at it again between Hezbollah, Israel firing back. So we have those explosions happening in the Middle East as that crisis begins to escalate again.
Yep.
And so a lot of military news, if you think about that, and it really puts into focus the background of the vice president, Kamala Harris, and thinking about who is qualified to be commander-in-chief.
I mean, if I'm the Deuce Man today, in the binder, if she's available, and if the binder's giving one of her pathetic tell-you-nothing press briefings, I mean, who's calling the shots right now? Is it Jake Sullivan? Is it Anthony Blinken? Certainly isn't Kamala or Joe.
Number 2 in the big three, a group of bipartisan U.S. lawmakers on a task force who are investigating the assassination attempt against former President Donald J. Trump are scheduled to visit the scene of the crime in Butler, Pennsylvania today. And this is at least the second time that I know of since the July 13th attempt to take the life of Donald J. Trump. So that puts Pennsylvania as well as J13 in the focus. Number 3, I'm going to go to this. And this is something, we know our own Nick Kayal on his joining on his bike ride, of course, to raise money to back the badge and back the families and raise money and awareness for the family members, the children of fallen law enforcement across the region. But what about another bike ride that is actually very famous here in Philadelphia that took place over the weekend? The so-called, it's called the Philly Naked Bike Ride.
Yeah,
Naked people. It's
my invitation got lost in the mail, Dawn. I did not receive that invite. Not that anybody wants to see me pedaling around like Pee Wee Herman, butt naked, nor would I do it.
I don't do the ooh for you, but just in general.
Yeah. Well, most people do it for me
hot,
as well.
sweady people,
Yeah,
naked,
right.
riding their bikes.
Yeah. By the way, if you ride a bike naked in August, do you not get the chafing? Is that actually a better strategy? Or do you have to put sunblock on down there? See, these are the things we have to think about here, Dawn.
Inquiring minds
Yes.
want to know.
But go ahead with your details.
It's the 15th annual Philly Naked Bike Ride. The annual bike ride started obviously in 2009, promotes cycling as a key form of transportation and fuel-conscious consumption, and it's meant to encourage body positivity. If you saw some of these individuals, like, really, we don't want to see you naked, but they said the
Sloppy
ride.
Chris Christie.
Could you imagine Chris Christie on a bike naked?
Nope. Because what you have to do is then imagine the bike broken.
Well, the bike would be broken for sure.
Yes, the bike would be broken. It would not look like a bike. It would look like a skateboard, I'll tell you that.
Oh,
Flat
my
as
goodness.
a pancake.
Yeah, but they were naked. They were riding around town.
Yeah.
And also they participants, by the way, were not required to ride completely in the buff. So as bare as you dare.
Oh.
So some people chose to be completely naked, But others, would wear like maybe a bikini, so for ladies, like a bikini top and a thong, but still.
And what, at the finish line, you had what? Deranged left-wingers and drag queens with story time? Is that the...
Come on.
Yeah, that's probably what they do. Oh,
God. Come on.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. Was Doug Emhoff there?
Yeah, maybe sexiest.
Because he's sexy Doug.
First
That's
gentleman.
right. The definition of a progressive sex symbol, Doug Emhoff.
Gosh. I can't believe that was a real thing. I can't believe that was a real headline.
I know you got some
I was
thoughts.
like,
we're gonna tee you up. I'm gonna get you wound up real quick here.
Oh, gee.
Ew.
Yeah.
And not for nothing, but what if somebody borrows your bike and then you realize that they borrowed it for the naked bike ride?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna have to totally disinfect
spray
the seat,
down the
buddy.
seat,
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna need to take. You're gonna need to take that bike through a car wash before you give it back to me, pal.
Well, maybe one more reason to discover Lancaster. I don't think they have any naked bike rides out in Lancaster.
No. You can get a naked buggy ride though.
No.
With the Amish.
No, never.
Yeah. You get a little shoe fly pie. You get the whole bit, right?
I went to Lancaster once. There's a Costco there, and there's actually a stable to park the horses. I couldn't believe it.
It is
I could not
unbelievable.
believe it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Well, with Discover Lancaster's Wheels and Waterways Trail, explore an antique auto museum, paddle scenic creeks, and enjoy a train ride on America's oldest continuously operated railroad. Just 90 minutes from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Thank you. Discover Lancaster on this Monday morning.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9/11 as we continue here on this Monday morning. Our movie clip coming up in about 8 minutes. So this is, I give the New York Times credit for crushing Kamala Harris with the column about joy not being a strategy. But now I got to crush the Washington Post. And this is an op-ed, and I know, Sean, you have some thoughts on this. And then we have to turn to Dawn because this is, I can't sit here and say what kind of man is sexy. I'll leave that up to the women out there.
Oh, no, go for it.
Yeah, it's not my wheelhouse. If we want to judge women, I'll judge women. But op-ed, Doug Emhoff, the modern woman's dream man. This was written by Catherine Rampell, which, oh, by the way, I'll give her credit last week. I played her in the Big Take when she was crushing mainstream media on the absurdity of the economy with those 818,000 jobs. But then she has the temerity to write, Doug Emhoff has been called many things in recent years. Second gentleman, goofy dad, crappy Jew, her words, not mine. But perhaps his most appropriate title, progressive sex symbol. Move over Ryan Gosling. The modern female... Ryan Gosling, right? The modern female fantasy is embodied by the man who might soon become our first gentleman. Emhoff appears to be a genuine man with an impressive career. He's smitten with his wife and supports her ambitions, as is obvious from his convention speech and their sweet interactions on the campaign trail, like buying Doritos in his stage video. But most important for this sexy man, Emhoff is secure enough with his own masculinity to sometimes prioritize his wife's ambitions over his own. Now, let me just say this. Like, I give him credit for letting his wife take the stage, but I don't think you need to get a ton of credit if she's the breadwinner. Let her be the breadwinner. Like, I've always said this, right?
She's not the breadwinner.
I know. But I've always said this as a man. Like, if my wife was like a physician or a super lucrative, successful attorney, and she was making $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year, $750,000, $1 million, I would have, trust me, nobody can do nothing better than me. I would quit. I'd golf, I would gamble, and I would drink, and I would support her and I am totally good leeching off of my wife if she made bank. So I have no problem with any dude that decides to do that marries a woman who is super wealthy. But you got to give me a break with this Doug Emhoff. And this goes back to the Pablo Torres clip on MSNBC that the Democrat Party is the party of the NFL. Here's who resonates with Kamala Harris. White liberal women, older liberal men, and beta males. This alpha thing that the Democrats are trying to do with Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff. And by the way, Doug Emhoff compared to Tim Walz with all of his lies and fugazi career made up nonsense. And he's a football coach. He technically enlisted, and he was on the roster in the military, so to speak. So he's probably still more of a man than Doug Emhoff will ever be, even though he took his tail and went home when he had the chance to go to Iraq and he got into politics. We don't need to revisit that. But I'm sorry, you got to give me a break with this. Like the Democrats, I think, have a lot in their favor. Masculinity is not one of them right now. That doesn't mean that there's not type A's out there that vote Democrat. They certainly do, okay? I'll give you James Carville, right? He's a Democrat from Louisiana. It makes no sense, but those people exist. But, Sean, I know you were tweeting about this over the weekend. Like, I'm sorry, you can't take the Washington Post seriously when you are writing columns about Doug Emhoff being the embodiment of a progressive sex symbol. Who's buying that nonsense?
I don't know what they're going for.
That's
the
I
thing.
don't either. Yes.
I'm not sure what, like, whose mind are you changing, right? Like, who is looking at this going, okay, I'm not sure who I'm voting for.
But you sold me on this, right?
The potential first gentleman is a progressive sex symbol. Like, I'm signing up on OnlyFans to follow Doug Emhoff so that we can.
Yeah, and like,
I can't believe it.
So this wins. So this wins over women. Dawn, I don't get this. Like, isn't this the guy that was banging the nanny? Right, and he was having an affair as he's married, and he's having sex with the nanny, and you're going to tell me he's a sign of progressivism and sex symbol? I mean, if it was Trump, they would call him a dog.
Yeah. Well, he and his first wife divorced. The nanny, I don't think the nanny has spoken out about it, but it's been widely reported that the nanny became pregnant. So she was pregnant, and it appears allegedly that she had terminated that pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
And so really an ugly situation for Emhoff and his kids, by the way.
Right.
Who obviously forgave him. This was their nanny. So think about the hot mess, and think about, not for nothing, but what a lazy guy. You can't even go out. Really, the nanny, like you can't even find anybody outside your house. I mean, typical. Seriously, like oh my gosh.
But
like
think about this from the media standpoint. You always talk about media bias by omission and the way they frame things. So Trump has an affair with Stormy Daniels.
Allegedly.
I never did that. It never happened. It never happened.
I didn't pay her for sex.
First of all,
her
name is Horseface.
So Trump
does
what he does with Stormy Daniels. The guy should be hung up by his bootstraps. Doug Emhoff sleeps with the nanny, and he's what women dream of. Really? Come on, man.
I just want to know what do you want from this article? Like, what is the reason for putting this out? Or do you is it maybe we're buying the psyop, like we're just because we're talking about it. Maybe that was the goal. What? There's nothing else you could write about. Nothing else. But now Doug Emhoff, Dorito Man, is a progressive sex. Dougie Doritos is a progressive sex symbol. Like, this is.
Give me a break.
Okay, so this is the joy that you're campaigning on. I don't know.
Well,
I can't figure out what they're trying to get at.
No, and this goes back to what we talked about last week and 2 weeks ago. It was Mina Kimes from ESPN that said, this kind of masculinity is what we need in America, as she was propping up Tim Walz, who, again, is a complete pathological liar. So a man who lies and a man who cheats on his wife is what you call masculine and a progressive sex symbol? Okay. And then I've got this story in front of me from Fox News saying masculinity is on the ballot, with the headline being competing visions of being a man in America is at the center of the Trump-Harris matchup. I mean, it's really remarkable. But actually, if you've been following and paying attention, Sean, it's not remarkable, because this is what the Democrats are doing. They're trying to tell you Kamala represents joy, that Tim Walz is the way you should be as a man, because they can't make it about the things that truly matter, which are the issues at hand, the economy, the global wars, the border, because they've got UNGATS on that. So they have to create a diversion. And how do they create the diversion? They create it through the media, because they're in lockstep together. So now they'll prop up Tim Walz as, well, this is what a football coach really looks like. And this is what a president should be, joyous and giggling and laughing. But oh, by the way, doesn't have a solution to any of the issues that Donald Trump didn't create, that her and Joe created.
So they don't even know how to fix the problems that they have created. And all of this is meant to be a total distraction. It's like throwing a stink bomb in, right? And to get you off the scent and get you off the trail and focus on stuff that doesn't matter. Now, if you want to say abortion's on the ballot, okay, we've seen that play out for the last 2 years. But masculinity's on the ballot? Look, you're going to lose middle class, working class men across this country. But the Democrats have a lot of things in their favor. I don't understand the approach here. And if I'm Trump and I'm J.D. Vance, I'm not even sure I address it, because I think most type A masculine men are probably going to vote for Trump and Vance to begin with, right?
I would think so. Even though they want to brand, so they brand J.D. Vance as weird, but they can laud over and drool over Doug Emhoff. I mean, look, I say that you do not hate the media enough. You just don't. Mm-hmm. And they're not your friend. They're not. I mean, look, we could talk nice about how the New York Times said you can't run a campaign on joy. It's not a policy. Fine. They're still not our friends. That's the blind squirrel theory, right? That squirrel's blind. It somehow found the nut. That's great. But I just can't believe there are Americans who and there's a chart. I think I put it up earlier today. There's a chart that's like Democrats, 73% of Democrats trust the media, 36% of independents trust the media, and 10% of Republicans trust the media. So 2/3 of the country know the media is full of sugar honey iced tea. Mm-hmm. But the Democrats are like, oh, these guys are great. They're great. They're fantastic. Like, what more do you need, moderate Americans out there, to show you that the Democrats are on an island by themselves with these beliefs, that everybody else is tired of it? Everybody else is tired of it. And then you get WAPO putting out that Doug Emhoff is a sex symbol. And that's a reason to vote for him. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. You're right about the whole Stormy thing, too. Whether it's Stormy, Marla Maples, whatever the background is. Oh, Billy Bush on the bus with the grab him. That's no good. But when Doug Emhoff, overnight under the covers, little shenanigans with the nanny, and a child comes out, it's mm-hmm. This is appealing to women. If it is, women got a lot of splaining to do, okay? Mm-hmm. And I know they don't speak for all women, but, I mean, come on. This is ridiculous.
I agree. All right, 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Excuse me, where's the lobby?
Down the hall and to the left.
Thanks.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, here's your clue for today. That actor was born on this day in 1980, and if you can identify that movie clip, you will get a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, coming up on September 12th. Each ticket also includes a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale right now, 1210WPHT.com. We'll come back, see if we have our winner, and you will get those tickets if you are caller 12 with the correct answer at 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due on the way after that. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Thanks, Rich Santaro, who said Mama's.
Yes, Mama's on Belmont. That thing had to weigh 12 pounds, not me, the steak sandwich.
By the way, speaking of that talk, Thomas wrote us last night, and he said, can you please do something about the high schoolish attempt at humor on the morning show?
Oh.
I try to listen, but it's so much like Beavis and Butthead that I changed the channel. We'll stop. We'll get more.
Never me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Hey, if you're looking for riveting radio, Mark Levin will be up in about 12 hours.
Oh, boy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Oracene, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Oracene totally free.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You look like an angel. Walk like an angel. Talk like an angel. But I got wise. You're the devil in disguise. Oh, yes, you are.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 928, rolling on live here on a Monday morning. The morning mystery movie clip winner is on the line. We'll get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up in just a few moments. Also, Donald Trump honoring the 13 that were killed in the Afghanistan exit, and that's to frame it in a polite way. It's on Fox right now in Arlington, Virginia. We'll also give you his thoughts that he just shared on Truth Social coming up in just a moment. But we have Vicky in Percy, and Vicky is our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Vicky, good morning. What movie did we just play for you this morning, dear?
It's Home Alone 2.
That is Home Alone 2, as Donald Trump there making the appearance in the Plaza Hotel where that scene was with Macaulay Culkin, whose birthday is today. Born in 1980. Congratulations, Vicky. You're going to Pints and Politics to see Donald Trump Jr. on September 12th.
Well, thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you very much, Vicky, for listening and certainly for playing. You know, it was back in the day when Donald Trump was adored and beloved by the media. You know, he'd show up in Home Alone 2. He would hug Oprah. He would go on The View and shake hands with Joy Behar and Barbara Walters. It really is remarkable. You put an R in front of somebody's name, and then all of a sudden, you're dead to them. And that played out on Friday. Keith Olbermann comes out and says, "Oh, Bobby Kennedy, you're dead to me." Billy Baldwin was tweeting over the weekend, the Baldwin that nobody seems to give a rip about. He's saying, "Oh, Bobby Kennedy's had aspirations now. Bobby Kennedy, you're dead to me." I know everybody has family issues with politics. I have them in my own family. Me and my mother-in-law go back and forth, but it's never been to the point where, and we've had like shouting matches over it, like over like a bottle of wine on the deck on a Friday night where it got contentious. But it's never been to the point for me where I've disavowed somebody, or same thing with my mother-in-law. But I mean, I know families have had to deal with this. Have either of you had to actually stop having communication with a family member? Like, where they cut you off because you were a Trump supporter? It hasn't happened to me yet, but I was wondering if it's happened to you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Oh, big time.
In-laws or blood relatives?
Blood relatives.
Wow. Sorry.
Because you didn't grow up in a conservative family, right?
I did. Well, you know what?
Or did you?
It's funny because I went to, as far as I know, my parents have voted for both parties.
Okay.
I don't know if they've, I don't, as far as I know, I believe both my parents voted for Bill Clinton, right? Yeah, because a lot of people thought he was a good president. The country was in a good place back then.
Well, yeah, and today Clinton would be viewed as a centrist by today's standards.
They'd call him a white supremacist too, a Nazi or something.
But because he had
here's
the House and Newt Gingrich, they held him.
Right.
They held his feet to the fire, and he did work with the Republicans. So they had the yin and the yang going on.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. So, I mean, I started a grassroots, movement on Long Island when I lived there. And one person in my family in particular, we don't speak his name because why give him the power, decided I don't know, I'm a Nazi. I mean, the really, really nasty stuff all over social media. Nasty. I mean, terrible, terrible. You don't say things like this about people. I don't say things like this about people. It got ugly. And listen, if that's who he really was, no love lost, right? That's how it goes. But yeah. And there's more than that. There's things that happen. I hear conversations that have taken place when I'm not present. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's fine. You want to feel a certain way because I vote for someone that you don't like. That says more about you than it does about me. I mean, but it has happened, and I'm not the only one. I know that when I met all these folks that we got together with on Long Island in the late summer, early fall of 2020 and onward, that a lot of people shared these stories. It was like, well, COVID doesn't matter if Thanksgiving things are canceled now because we're not friends with our family anyway. It sucks, and honestly, I really do believe that was part of the Democrat goal. Maybe not rank and file Democrat voters, but the puppet masters, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've always wanted to drive a wedge between people. They want to atomize people. They want to destroy the nuclear family. They want to pit brother against brother, sister against sister, because divided we fall. And that's why the RFK this RFK thing is so big, and that's why they're reacting the way they're reacting to it. If it wasn't a big deal, you wouldn't have had Keith Olbermann, crying urine all over Twitter, for hours, right? And by the way, have you ever noticed that Rosie O'Donnell and Keith Olbermann are starting to look like each other?
Stop.
That's kind of weird. They really do. They're starting to resemble each other.
Was that you I saw over the weekend with the side by side? I knew I saw that
Yeah.
on social media. That was you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yes, it was. They very closely resemble each other. But if it wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't be flipping out.
Yeah.
The reason why it's a big deal is because they don't like unity. Because united, we win, and united, when we're united, they lose. And they don't want to see this camaraderie. They don't want to see America go back to the days where you can set aside your differences and work together for a common good. They don't like the whole teamwork makes the dream work type deal. They don't like the NFL locker room where, your offensive lineman may be a Democrat and your quarterback may be a conservative, but he's still going to block for the QB so that the team wins, right? They don't like that. They don't like seeing the unity. They want to control everybody, and they want everyone else to be divided below them so that we're fighting with each other while they're reaping the benefits and kind of just, staying in power. It's straight out of critical theory. It is Marxism 101. That's their game plan. And so, you talk about families kind of splitting over it or being at odds with each other. It's what they've wanted, and it worked.
You're right. All right, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in about 15 minutes. Before then, because we have no voicemails this week with Stalker off, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. All right, I mentioned Donald Trump as he is laying wreaths in Arlington today, marking the 3-year anniversary since the botched withdrawal in Afghanistan. And we're going to hear from CNN as they tried to pin this on Trump in just a moment. It'll be clip number 20. But, boys, I want to read you Trump's post on Truth Social, just posted about 15 minutes ago, where he said the following: "This is the 3rd anniversary of the botched Afghanistan withdrawal, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Gross incompetence, 13 dead American soldiers," which Dawn gave you their names in the big 3, hundreds of people wounded and dead Americans, and billions of dollars of military equipment left behind. You don't take our soldiers out first, you take them out last when all else is successfully done. Russia then invaded Ukraine. Israel was attacked, and the USA became and is a laughingstock all over the world. The fake news media remains silent in order to protect the worst administration in the history of our country, MAGA 2024. Yeah, so, it really is an embarrassing feat if you believe and you fight for our servicemen and women and those that risk their lives. And honestly, I think I just saw this last week. I think it was in Afghanistan where they were like throwing a parade and basically trotting around our military equipment left behind. I mean, it was almost like an insult to us and a flipping of the bird saying, hey, thanks for all you did. And here we are 3 years later. And we, this is the thing that's so annoying to me, Dawn, is everything that they said would happen under Trump has happened under Joe Biden, right? Oh, if Trump gets access to the nuclear codes, he's got the button World War III. And when you go back to August of 2021, that to me opened up the floodgates for the rest of the world to say, you know what? America is soft right now. America is weak, and it's there for the taking globally. And now we got 3 wars going on. They could smell blood in the water with Biden's weakness, and they capitalized on it, right?
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, let's get.
Let me say that.
Go ahead.
I want to point this out because remember in August of 2021 when we withdrew from Afghanistan and we left all the stuff behind, the military equipment, billions of dollars of military equipment. Remember what they said? They floated the narrative. Well, this is a different Taliban, right? They kind of called them like the Taliban 2.0. They were like, no, it's not a big deal. It's not what they used to be. Okay, 2 days ago. This is Mario Nawfal on Twitter. The Taliban has banned Afghan women from showing their faces or speaking out loud in public, calling their voices too tempting. Women are also prohibited from looking at men they aren't related to and must fully cover their bodies to avoid corruption. The brutal crackdown doesn't end there. Reports reveal a wider pattern of violence against women, including sex slavery, forced marriages, beatings, and disappearances. It's a systemic effort to silence half of the population. Despite the oppressive laws, there's no global outrage, no protests on college campuses, no statements from the White House. This is the group of people that we were told it's all right if they have our military equipment because they're a new group of people. They're different than they were. They've learned. This is the party of women's rights, they want to tell you, that has given them our military equipment. These are people who hate us, hate everything about our country, and they're flying our helicopters around, proud of the fact that 13 of our servicemen and women were killed by one of them 3 years ago today. And we have nothing. We're sitting here. There's a clip of Kamala Harris. They asked her reaction about that. She laughed about it. How on earth anybody could support this regime for 4 more years is beyond me. The only thing I could think of is they don't know, because this filthy media, this filthy, disgusting mainstream media wouldn't dare report on what I just said about the Taliban. They wouldn't dare do it. They wouldn't dare do it. The Party of Women's Rights empowering this group, the Taliban, this group, to continue the atrocities against women over there in Afghanistan. And folks, I'm no feminist, but I like to think of myself as a decent human being. Nobody should be treated like that. But you gave them billions of dollars of military equipment to enforce this type of rule in Afghanistan, and people are still going to vote for it. Sick. Absolutely sick.
It is.
Yep.
I don't like it.
I agree. And that media you mentioned would include CNN and Dana Bash, who actually had the nerve to try to pin Afghanistan on who? Oh, Donald Trump, of course.
Of course.
Clip number 20. Here's the ex-wife of John King. Take a listen to this.
As you well know, the Trump administration negotiated the withdrawal agreement from Afghanistan with the Taliban and the State Department.
A conditional agreement, and he left Bagram Air Base. He left 2,500 troops. His advisors came to him and said, the Taliban haven't lived up to it. And he said, fine, deal's off. So how is it that the Democrats can back away from the Iran deal, from the border, from Keystone XL, can turn the page on literally dozens of Trump policies, but yet they're going to convince us that they were somehow handcuffed with a Doha agreement that Trump himself said the Taliban didn't live up to? It's a bunch of BS, and they know it. And to not acknowledge that is a slap in the face to the veterans and the Gold Star families.
That's well said by Mike Waltz from Florida, by the way, who did a really nice job there, because Dana Bash obviously trying to pivot, trying to have an agenda, try to blame, when it rains, it's Trump's fault. Basically anything that's gone wrong in the country, whether it was when Trump was in office or out of office, the economy, it's all still Trump's fault. It's all COVID's fault. All they do is try to pin blame on everybody else for their failed policies, and nobody that is covered and chronicled our military with an ounce of competence or an ounce of merit and has some skins on the wall with these foreign relations would ever put this on Donald Trump. Yet here's Dana Bash trying to make the case for that, Sean. That's the thing that's so infuriating, and I'm glad that network hardly exists. Nobody, think about this. We give CNN more airtime for our audience with a bigger base of 250,000 people than they have watching the stinking show live.
It's insane to see that everything. Look, 12 of the last 16 years, right? We've mentioned Democrat rule. The last 4 years, Democrat rule. And yet you have a candidate, Kamala Harris, who's running on some sort of hope and change platform. Change from what? Can we answer that question? What are we changing from? Them. They caused it. Okay. If you have an arsonist holding a book of matches, and that's an arsonist, and you know what matches do, are you going to trust that person's not going to light another fire? This woman just went out there a couple of weeks ago, right? And all price controls. We know how that works. This is a communist person, right? This is a person who's going to destroy this country more than it's been destroyed the last 4 years. And people are like, well, no, she's new. It's a new thing. It's a fresh face. She has energy. Oh, and by the way, she's a woman of color, and she eats Doritos. This is, how are you going to run on a change and a hope and the Obama platform when you're the party in power? And it's not just that they're the party in power. She's the vice president. Mm-hmm. How could anyone take this narrative seriously? And then the Afghanistan withdrawal. That's where it all started for Sleepy Joe. The approval rating starting to slide. Mm-hmm. The Afghanistan withdrawal is Trump's fault now? How is it Trump's fault? He wasn't anywhere near office. Mm-hmm. He was out. It was over.
7 months removed.
7 months.
Yep.
My goodness. But they're going to try. Yep. They're going to continue to gaslight. It's just, I lose my patience, as you can tell.
I know. I got to play this one. This one's right for Dawn, right in her wheelhouse as a journalist and not trying to be a propagandist. Clip number 11. This is John Carl, I believe, from ABC News, who gets into a battle with Arkansas Senator Republican Tom Cotton.
This is epic.
This is unbelievable. I wish we would have I should have played this in the first installment at 7:45 this morning, as they go back and forth on what Kamala Harris is actually going to install policy-wise. And again, you get into a debate with a journalist. Why doesn't Kamala Harris come out here and defend her positions on where she stands on certain policies? Why is the media carrying her water? Clip 11, Tom Cotton, John Carl.
And President Trump is going to draw a sharp contrast with Kamala Harris, who has supported things like decriminalizing illegal immigration or giving taxpayer-funded health insurance to illegal aliens or taking away health insurance on the job for 170 million Americans, banning gas cars, confiscating firearms. These are all
what do you mean taking away health insurance? What are you talking about?
She said when she ran for president that she wants to eliminate private health insurance on the job for 170 million Americans, John.
Yeah, I mean that is not her position now. She
How do you know that's not her position? How do you know that's not her position?
I mean, she says she no longer supports Medicare for all.
She has not said that. Okay. Maybe anonymous aides on a Friday night have said that, but the last thing that she said.
But this was not a radical convention. I mean, she. As you heard me go through with Bernie Sanders, she is not taking the positions of the far left of her party. She's clearly making an effort to move to the middle.
I did hear what you said to Senator Sanders, and I thought it was clear that he's very disappointed that she's taking these efforts not to change her positions, but to hide her positions, John. The American people are totally justified to conclude that Kamala Harris is a dangerous San Francisco liberal based on what she campaigned on the last time she ran for president and what this administration has done for the last 4 years. Again, you would have thought watching the Democratic convention last week that the Democrats are not in office, that they're not in power, that they're campaigning against an incumbent Republican, when in reality, she's been part of the failures of the Biden-Harris administration for 4 years. And when she campaigned for president, in her own right, she did in fact promise things like decriminalizing illegal immigration and taking away health insurance.
But that's a position she's clearly changed on, and she has said she has changed. Yes, she has.
No, she has not. John,
All right, so a couple of things there, and I want to get your thoughts on this because this is just embarrassing by John Carl. So he's going to sit there and say, no, Kamala's moving towards the middle and moving to be more of a centrist. Well, wait a minute. The one policy that she has floated out there is a communist agenda on price controls. That doesn't seem very moderate and centrist to me. But what I think's happening here is, with her being hidden, is she knows she's going to alienate some people. If she continues to push far left ideology and policies, she's going to lose that moderate Democrat. If she is actually thinking about being more moderate, she knows she's going to lose the far left. She's damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. But that's just embarrassing journalism there by John Carl.
He is hard to watch for me because he's so over the top biased, and I love that Tom Cotton calls him out and says, how do you know that? What do you and on the other side, if you're Trump-splaining, isn't he Kamala-splaining? But by the way, one of the headlines this morning is that former President Donald J. Trump is actually speaking out about this horribly biased interview where Tom Cotton, I mean, he did a great job, but Trump now saying that he's considering not participating in the upcoming ABC News debate with the Veep, Kamala Harris, after the network conducted what he called a very biased interview with Republican Senator Tom Cotton.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit more tomorrow because I don't have a great feeling about these debates as far as what's coming up as of now for September 10th and October 1st. All right, we'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and what occurred today in music history as we put a bow on a Monday show here on Kayal and Company.
High school football is back. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Daryl Dobis, James Bailey, and Matt Dents. Friday nights 10 till midnight for a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
We're caught in a trap.
9:54, Kayal and Company, as we continue here on this Monday morning, the Dawn Show, in just about 5 or 6 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we'll take you through it as far as what's going on, because there's so much breaking as we're speaking right now. First of all, the commemorations that have begun as America thinks about the 13 killed at Abbey Gate. And with President Joe Biden, where is he? Where is the Veep? Where is Kamala Harris? So we'll get into that. We also are going to be following and tracking these developments right here in Pennsylvania with the team of investigators, congressional investigators on a task force, and they are tasked with looking into the attempted Trump assassination right here in Pennsylvania in Butler. So 2 Democrats and 1 Republican, Mike Kelly, they are on this task force. We're following that as well. There's so much happening today. We have great interviews, we have great audio, and we have a lot developing this back to school Monday morning. So don't miss a minute.
All right, looking forward to that top of the hour. Now we wrap it up on a Monday with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Adrian Young from No Doubt, who's now 55, Dan Vickery from the Counting Crows, who's 58, as well as Shirley Manson from Garbage, who's also 58. And a heavenly birthday shout-out to Jack Holder from Black Oak, Arkansas. We also lost Laura Branigan on this day in 2004, and Alan Woody from the Allman Brothers in 2000. Singles include Suspicious Minds by Elvis in 69. Yes, with Greg out, I'm getting as much Elvis in as I can. You Really Got Me by the Kinks in 64. And I'm a Boy by The Who in 66. Albums include Walking the Fallen by Avenged Sevenfold in 2003. Motorizer by Motorhead in 2008, and My Own Prison by Creed in 1997. By the way, they are fantastic Friday night in Hershey. Also in 77, Kiss play the first of 3 nights at the Forum in Inglewood. The shows are actually compiled for their Alive 2 album. In 72, Looking Glass is atop the singles chart with Brandy, You're a Fine Girl. In 70, the 5-day Isle of Wight Festival kicks off in England. And in 87, Sonny Bono announced he was running for mayor of Palm Springs, California. But lastly, on this day in 69, yes, Elvis Presley cracks himself up during a show in Vegas, changing the lyrics of Are You Lonesome Tonight to Do You Gaze at Your Bald Head and Wish You Had Hair?
Yes.
So I ask this question. Nick?
Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
I knew exactly where you were going, Philip. Nice work. And yes, I do. Sean Farish, great stuff, buddy. What do you say you join us again tomorrow?
Oh, I say game on. Let's go. And in under 24 hours, we're doing it all over again. The best way to start your day. Let's do it.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
Good night, everybody.
40 days up to pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They